Senators, when the Senate rose, the Value Added Tax Act resolution of the House of Assembly to approve the draft Value Added Tax alteration of rate of interest order was passed. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Public Procurement Amendment.
Public Procurement Amendment.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move for the suspension of this Standing Order number 49-2 to enable this bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Senators, the question is that Standing Order 49-2 be suspended in order to allow the Leader of Government Business to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as are of the contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed, Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, the Public Procurement Amendment Bill is being presented to address the inconsistencies and uncertainties surrounding the approval of procurement procedures for a statutory body in procuring goods, works, and services. It is therefore recommended. Yes. Madam President, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Public Procurement Amendment. I will go on to explain. Thank you very much, Madam President. So I was saying, Madam President, this Public Procurement Amendment is recommending that the board to a statutory body which has an inherent fiduciary duty is competent and well placed to give approval for the use of procurement procedures. It also allows for the board to award and sign contracts rather than seeking approval of procurement procedures from an accounting officer of the Central Public Procurement Board or the Public Procurement Committee under that Act. Madam President, these amendments are therefore required to enhance the regulating of procurement procedures in the procurement of goods, works, and services. And in this particular case, it's of the statutory body. The bill amends Section 2 of the Act to amend a few existing definitions for terms such as accounting officer. In the public service, an accounting officer is a head of a department, which by extension is the permanent secretary. But in this case, it widens the term of accounting officer and adopts the term that is used in the Public Finance Management Act, Chapter 15.01. And in this amendment, the board is defined as the Central Public Procurement Board established under Section 11, and in relation to a statutory body, the board under the enactment which establishes the statutory body. So if we take certain statutory bodies like SLASPA, for example, SLASPA has its own legislation where a board, or in this case, council, is created. And so that council will be responsible for procurement. If you have a St. Lucia Development Bank board, then the legislation will speak to the composition of that board, and that board would have that authority. So the definition is expanded in this case to include not only the Central Public Procurement Board established under Section 11, but the other boards relating to the statutory bodies. There is also a new definition for statutory body for consistency with the Public Finance Management Act. So, Madam President, the bill amends the Act to insert a new Part 5, which provides for the board of a statutory body to approve the award of a contract with the necessary signatures of the chairperson, a person delegated by the board, or a person who is so authorized under the enactment that establishes the statutory body. So this legislation removes any uncertainty or ambiguity and presents clarity on the important function of public procurement in statutory bodies. Madam President, I am aware that in some statutory bodies, the procurement policies have been reviewed in order to align it closely with the Public Procurement Act, in order that there be greater transparency, that the award, that the review of tenders and the whole procurement process is clear, transparent, and remove any semblance of corruption that may come up if the procurement process is not followed correctly. So, Madam President, I hereby submit this bill to the Senate for support. Thank you.
Senators, the question is that Public Procurement Amendment Bill be read a second time. Senator Descartes.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Well, much, Madam President. I note the words from the contribution of the leader of government business: competence, well-placed, corruption. Madam President, well, yeah, you did say transparency as well. I remember in my previous contribution, my honorable senator, she said she wasn't sure where I lie, if I was for or against, or if I'm in the middle. Well, in this particular instance, you will have no doubt to know where exactly I stand. From the outset, Madam President, I want to categorically say that I do not support the amendment of the Public Procurement Bill that is before us here today. And I know that we have the secretaries in Hansard and so on. If they need to highlight it, embolden it, capitalize it, Senator Tommy Descartes does not support this amendment to the public procurement legislation heading. Madam President, like most St. Lucians, I intently listened to the lower house on this particular piece of legislation. And the constant refrain was, this is a simple amendment. We need no big debate around this particular amendment. But Madam President, may I, through you, tell St. Lucia, nothing that pertains to public procurement is simple. I want to repeat that, Nothing that pertains to public procurement is simple. And the simple reason for that, Madam President, is because public procurement involves the use of millions and in some cases billions of taxpayers' money. Yes. And therefore it cannot be simple. So public procurement, Madam President, it is when the process when a government seeks to procure or seeks to get persons to provide either works, construction, services, and the procurement of goods. So a case in point, it's when someone is awarded, let's say, the contract to renovate the Darren Sammy Stadium, or when someone is awarded a contract to resurface the Groseley Highway, or when someone is given a contract for rice, flour, and sugar, or when someone is given a contract to renovate the Grace Health Center. It involves taxpayers' monies. It involves taxpayers' monies. And Madam President, I am particularly passionate about this. I'm particularly because public procurement has significant implications for a country's fiscal position. And I want to reference a particular case in Jamaica, and that's well known. The World Bank in 1961 gave Jamaica the first loan to a developing country. It was in the order of US $9 million thereabout, to build 50 schools. And because of poor public procurement, only 25 schools were built. And Madam President, economic historians, persons who've worked on Jamaica, have tied the poor performance of this country for the last 40 years. All of us know the challenges that Jamaica has gone through. And they tie this to this singular transaction where 50 schools should have been built. Rather, because of poor public procurement, only 25 were built, denying thousands of Jamaicans an education. So public procurement can never be simple, Madam President. So I've been in this chamber, this is my third time, and I try to learn as much as possible, Madam President. And I remember my esteemed senator, independent senator, asked, what is the mischief that we are trying to rectify in this particular instance? That's what I want. I don't think that the leader of government business explained to us the mischief. A cursory assessment of what she said, it will fall flat on its face, Madam President. Madam President, public, St. Lucia recently, just recently I think, went through a complete overhaul of its public procurement system. It involved the modernization of the legislation. So I'm a bit baffled that an extensive process like this would miss a critical issue like giving boards more autonomy to prescribe the public procurement procedure, to award contracts, and chairmen can now sign contracts. This is a retrogression in good governance in this country. This, if there's one bill that should be sent back, one amendment that should send back to the lower house, is this.
That's not good. You can't do that.
Madam President, from all indications, this is a hollowing of the functions of the Central Public Procurement Board. Now, the legislation, I understand the need to balance expediency and transparency, Madam President. And if you read the legislation, clear thresholds are set to allow, if there are mundane and routine procurements, that you don't need to go to the Central Tenders Board for that. You can do it internally, but when the procurement is material, it moves beyond, I think, $500,000 is the threshold. Once it moves beyond that, it becomes macro-critical, Madam President, and therefore, and the leader of government business used a critical word, corruption. And it's interesting, this morning, the corruption in perception index was released. And I will tell you, Madam President, it's not about whether corruption actually happens, you know. It's whether there is a perception of corruption. And this amendment weakens the public procurement institution in this country. And I can guarantee you, you will see a downgrade of St. Lucia in the next public corruption perception index. You will see it. And Madam President, I'm cautioning the government because I understand the risk of a lowering of your corruption perception index. And I caution the government through you, Madam President, that they do not put St. Lucia in this situation where our corruption perception index will be downgraded. Madam President, this is a creation, not strengthening the legislation, a deliberate creation of a loophole in this piece of legislation. And one has to ask why. Why, Madam President, a government will come and give statutory agencies. Now, cursory research, there are over 92 parastatals there, you know. And perhaps I shouldn't be saying this. I know a report was done on the parastatals, and I mean, very few meet their statutory obligations of coming in this house and present an annual report and a statutory and the audited financials. CIP is a classic example of that, Madam President. I saw there was annual report from the SLISBA, is it? That's Bureau of Standards. Invest. CIP is still outstanding.
No penalty.
National Lottery, SSDF. These, if you go into their legislations, there is a statutory obligation for them to come and present annual reports with every single year. They cannot meet that basic statutory obligation, and you've given them to now manage the entire public procurement process. It's a decentralizing of public procurement in our country, Madam President, and that is serious. That is serious, Madam President. So, I indicated earlier, Madam President, that the legislation allows for a balancing of expediency, but also transparency. I mean, globally, public procurement of goods, services, and works is in the amount of 20% of GDP. Everything that the government engages in is for some form of public procurement. And it's in the millions. I did a back of the envelope calculation, Madam President. Upwards of $500 million annually goes in public procurement. Taxpayers' monies. And so, Madam President, This cannot be a simple piece of just an amendment and we quickly, if we have to stay there until 8 o'clock, I know some people want to go to jazz, I'm just, but we need to debate this and I think I urge the independent senators to opine on this. This is critical. This is tantamount to political capture of state-owned enterprises, Madam. This is political capture. This is political capture of our state-owned enterprises. We know, Madam President, but you have the chairman of a board can now award a contract. The board.
Madam President, on a point of order.
Yes, Senator, your point of order.
Madam President, the Senator Descott is misleading the House. Madam President, the bill clearly states that the amendment is to allow for the chairman to sign a contract, not to award a contract. It still gives the board, it actually says explicitly that the board awards.
Chairman of the board.
Madam President, the
board is
Senator Descott,
politically
Madam
appointed.
President needs to withdraw the statement. It is erroneous in accordance with the bill.
No.
Okay, if it's the use of the word, if it's clearly stated in the bill that who awards and who signs, Senator Descott, you need to correct your statement.
The reality here is we know that boards of statutory entities are political appointed boards. WASCO is a politically appointed board. We know that. Let's not come in his house and play like that's not the reality. The NLA is a politically appointed board. That's the reality. You know, and the NLA is a particular instance, a statutory entity, Madam President.
We're going back there, Senator. You will focus in on the chairperson of the board signing the contract. According to the bill, it says the chairperson of the board, a person delegated by the board, and thirdly, where paragraph A or B does not apply, a person who is authorized to sign. So there are three individuals that are highlighted or identified, but you were speaking specifically to the chairperson of the board. I want you to be very clear in your presentation.
Well, you write that there are three, you said, the chairman of the board, the person delegated by the board, and what's the third you said, madam? A person authorized? I don't think that a chairman should be near signing any contract. I don't believe a chairman should be near at all. No chairman should be authorized. Because you see, you're talking about from a policy perspective, and now you go into operational. That's an operational function. And public procurement is a very technical discipline, you know. There's a tendency to try to trivialize it. Public procurement is is extremely technical, Madam President. As a matter of fact, it's one of the skill sets that multilateral organizations like the World Bank and IMF and CDB, if they know that you are a trained public procurement professional, they would grab you quickly to believe that you have that capacity. And even in the public service, we have difficulty. I went through the estimates and looking to see, do we have public procurement officers as a particular job in the public service? It's not there. I looked at SLASPA. I know SLASPA has a public procurement officer. And so I firmly believe by empowering a chairman and a board to be the one who can decide on the procurement procedure and award a contract is a loophole, and it creates a perception for corruption, Madam President. And that is bad for St. Lucia. That is bad for St. Lucia. Madam President, I think it was 2 years ago, Darren Asamogal, and I have a book here, says why Nations Fail. I think most of us here would have perhaps seen this book, Why Nations Fail. And the reason why he says is when nations that have weak institutions is perhaps the most essential criteria for why certain nations fail and others do well. And this amendment is weakening the institutional framework for public procurement in St. Lucia. And I certainly will not stand here and support this, Madam President. But again, if you have to look at the rationale for this, what about the efficiency that deals with efficiency? You now are going to have all parastatal or statutory organizations build public procurement capacity. We have 92. They can't even come and bring an annual report here. You feel that they can have capacity to manage public procurement, their public procurement systems or their processes. Right at the OECS, we have a very, very good example of that in the OECS pharmaceutical procurement, where the OECS is responsible for doing the procurement for all of the OECS for its pharmaceuticals, Madam President. If we wanted to know, we could have just taken a ride up the road, We didn't have to fly to Dubai. We didn't have to go to Canada or wherever. The OECS has shown, and it's a global best practice in consolidating public procurement, centralizing the efficiencies you get from this, Madam President. So this, Madam President, is a case of weakening public institutions. And what you will see is that a lot of the procurement activities of the government will now be channeled through state-owned enterprises that the government has a level of influence over. That's what I have to read from this, That's what I have to read from this. You are creating a loophole where all of a sudden you will be seeing all kind of contracts at SSDF. All kind of contracts for SSDF. Back to the NLA, Madam President. We know the NLA was authorized by the Minister for Finance to be able to borrow $80 million, Madam President. $80 million. And I want to, because I know the leader of government business asked me where is the number or whatever I'm quoting. $80 million, 15-year tenure, I think a 4% interest rate, no grace period. The monthly repayment is $800,000. And then when I was going through the estimates of revenue expenditure in the transfers that the Ministry of Sports, I discovered the central government is giving NLA $1.8 million as a transfer.
Yep.
NLA page 807 of the estimates of revenue and expenditure, Madam President. 807. Why would government be given a revenue generating agency, the NLA, $1.8 million? It's because the NLA's financial position has been compromised by that particular transaction.
Madam President,
Senator Shah, Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, the member is misleading the House. He cannot surmise that the NLA has been compromised just by the transfer of funds. Unless he can prove it, he would have to retract that statement.
I will retract the statement, and I will say that from my assessment, because they do come inside there and present a report. They haven't presented a report. They haven't come with an audited financial. So what do you want me to do, Madam President? Shouldn't I be surmising? If you don't have information, there's information asymmetry. What do you want me and the public to do?
Well, I can understand your question, Senator. However, at this level that we are operating, you have to be very careful.
I understand.
Yeah?
I understand. I understand. So, but I'm asking. Is mine. But Madam President, I have looked back at the historical, at several estimates, and this is an anomaly. Why would, if anybody needs to be given revenue, it's NLA to the state, not the other way around. And when you read the legislation, Madam President, the NLA has a tremendous function of sports programming and youth development. If you look at the budgets for youth, I've always lamented that, when you go in the budget for youth development, you just see recurrent. There's no program, no capital projects in there. And when you ask the PS, they said it's because the NLA has the responsibility for financing sports and youth programming. One has to ask the question, if the government now has to give NLA $1.8 million over the next 15 years, can NLA meet its statutory obligations of sports programming and youth development functions? Can it do that? So that is just an example I'm bringing here, Madam President. This is a step in the wrong direction, Madam President. This is serious. This is a step in the wrong direction. Now, I know the government they brought the contractor general. I saw some legislation about a contractor general some time ago. I want to understand what is the relationship between the contractor general and this amendment. Now, what role does the contractor general play in the overall public procurement framework in our country? And is it a case where the government simply came with a sort of a veneer of institutional strengthening? Or is it a case where it's a vaguely smokescreen kind of thing going on here? On one hand, you're establishing a contractor general. On the other hand, you are weakening the public procurement legislation. It's serious. And I firmly believe, and the other thing is, public procurement must ensure equity and equal chance to everyone. There is this thing now where, Madam President, certain people believe that they're not going to get contracts from this government, Madam President. They believe they're not going to get contracts. And when there is a perception that certain people have been biased or certain people are anointed, they get all the contracts. That weakens the competitiveness of the public procurement system, and St. Lucia is made worse off for that, Madam President. So I cannot stand in all good conscience and support this amendment. Not at all, Madam President. Now, I remember someone said it was an aligning of best practices. It was an aligning of best practices. I will inform you, Madam President, on February 2019, St. Lucia agreed to the CARICOM protocol on public procurement, and to this day, the government of St. Lucia has not signed the CARICOM procurement on public procurement in this country, which would open up our men and women, our contractors, our service providers to compete in CARICOM. Haven't signed it yet, but if you want to align with international best practice, start with CARICOM. Start with CARICOM. This, Madam President, and the other issue is, what is the debt carrying capacity of these state-owned enterprises? You give them autonomy to go into contractual arrangements, they're going to take debt, and that debt ultimately falls back Because I guarantee you, that $80 million that NLA has, the government will have to revisit that, you know, and bring it back on the books, central government. So it's a contingent liability, Madam President. So, Madam President, in closing, I cannot in all good conscience support this amendment. This is not a simple amendment. It has catastrophic implications for St. Lucia and for future generations of St. Lucians. And therefore, Madam President, I urge our independent senators, I urge them, do not approve this. This is perhaps, in my honest assessment, the worst amendment to a piece of legislation in St. Lucia. Thank you very much, Madam President, and I yield.
Senator Norbert.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this afternoon we have an opportunity to prove that democracy is alive and well in this country. This bill, we are agreeing to go through all three stages of this bill. And I do not agree with this. I think that this is being rushed. And as Senator Descott explained earlier, this is too important of a bill for us to rush it through all three stages. It's not justified. This bill removes statutory bodies from the oversight of the Central Public Procurement Board and allows their own boards too much power to approve procurement procedures itself, approve and sign contracts awarded. Senators, whether you are independent, serving on the opposition, or on the government side, Madam President, it's our responsibility to ensure that the bills that go through are perfect in their writing. And if an amendment has to be made, or if a few amendments need to be made, we should make the amendments, allow the bill to go back and return to us when it is perfect. Because abuse of power, the power that we are given by passing this bill, will be our fault in here. We have an opportunity this afternoon to make things right. Earlier, I supported the intent of a bill that the government brought. We're not confused. We know our role, our responsibilities. When we walk through this door, we don't pledge allegiance to a party, you know. You can be sitting on this end of the circle and agree that an amendment needs to be made before we pass this bill through the Senate. I have some amendments that I would like to propose, and I would like to make it a document of the House. I give it to the clerk downstairs to make copies, to make it a document of the House. She said she's going to bring it up. And I want everybody to have a look at the amendments that I would like to propose. You see, yes, giving the statutory body the authority will increase efficiency. Si nous bail ces groupes ça pouvoir pour choisir moun pour un contract, sign contract là, qui laisse moun gagner un contract là, sans nous veiller, ça va faire bail marcher plus vite. Mais ça dangereux à même temps. Madam President, the bill replaces independent procurement oversight with internal approval by the very bodies spending the money. I believe the documents are here. The bill is asking St. Lucians to trust the internal boards that will regulate themselves. And the example of the National Lotteries Board. Lan moun St. Lucie qui te acheté loto. Seule raison c'est because you have l'argent ça te ka aller développer youth and sports. Mais là yo ka tan l'argent ka dépensé. Loto même pas là yon pour prendre loan. Yo pas ça payer loan nan, gouvernement pour aider NL payer loan yo. Moun kay do bout bay l'argent pour gouvernement faire ça yon pour faire. And that's the same reason we have problems with the tax. Public trust has been eroded, it's being eroded, and this bill is giving too much power to a politically appointed board. When we walked through the door, Madam President, we took an oath to serve the people of St. Lucia. And we asked God to help us. Because the decisions we must make in here, they are going to be difficult sometimes. And this afternoon we have a difficult decision to make. Yes, these men appointed us, but when something good is presented around the table, even if I'm sitting on this side, I will say, yes, I support the intent of this bill. Even if you were selected by the sitting government and you realize some amendments will make this bill better, you have a responsibility to the people of St. Lucia to say, no, we are not going through all three stages today. Let us send it back to make it perfect. I have a problem with the person authorized under the establishing enactment. A chairperson, a delegate, and a person authorized. Si moi en charge l'argent, et moi ça authorize n'importe moun moi vle. My authorize moun ga mande me question ki wed. Na authorize moun oy sang ça n'a pas authority. This is a dangerous bill as it stands. Very dangerous. I'm simply asking, Madam President, I know you have a deciding vote. Independent senators on the other side. That we put in place mandatory parliamentary reporting. We're not giving any amnesty when it comes to reporting, statutory boards reporting to the parliament. As a matter of fact, we need to put in place penalties for not reporting. If a board, a statutory board, fails to meet the deadlines for reporting, there should be strict penalties. Maybe we should replace every single one of them. It's sad that the Westminster system of government allows for the sitting government to appoint every single member of these boards. That's the system we have to work with. But our conscience, it has to be greater than the politics. We are not here to simply say yes to everything that the political parties say. If the United Workers' Party brought this bill as it stood, I would have the same thing to say today. Yes. History has taught us a lesson. National lotteries. Could you imagine, Madam President? On nomme dit moi qui manière l'auto ka bankrupt. L'auto besoin pour un loan, l'auto pas payer loan yo. When we give St. Lucians the confidence that we are going to handle taxpayers' money with full transparency, accountability, next to zero corruption, we cannot pass bills that will allow the same semblance of corruption to infiltrate our governance in our country. So I am pleading with the senators gathered here today. We can make this bill better. There's no reason to rush this. Just imagine the perception we are sending out there. Les baguins, les bacs à choisir moun yo pour manager taxpayers' money, l'argent pays, yo ça fait ça yo vle payer. Sans ces public servants là, ces PS là, ces accounting officers là, quitter ni en voix. Nous ka tirer voix ça, nous ka tirer saisir ça.
Madam President, on the point of order.
It's your point of order, Senator.
Madam President, the Senator Norbert is grossly misleading the House. This is not in the bill, Madam President, and it is so damning of public officers, Madam President, that he needs to retract that statement.
Senator Norbert.
I would like the leader of government business to tell me who has been replaced as the accounting officer.
Madam President, the legislation is clear. It speaks to cleaning up an issue that was badly done, and we're going to respond to it in more detail. But Madam President, the statement that he made regarding permanent secretaries and accounting officers not having a voice is really derogatory, and he needs to retract that statement.
Senator Norbert.
No. What exactly is derogatory about what I said? Because if a permanent secretary was the accounting officer and permanent secretaries would oversee the awarding of contracts, and right now the boards can do that on their own.
Yeah.
How is that derogatory?
Bypass the PS.
You bypassing a PS. I'm not saying anything bad about the PS. I'm saying they should have a part to play.
That's what you say.
I tend to see where he's coming from. He said they are now removing the PSCs and having the boards on their own. That's what he said. So I want you to kind of explain to us what.
Yes, Madam
your issue
President, there was never any case where permanent secretaries awarded contracts on behalf of statutory bodies. There was never any case of that. There was uncertainty in some statutory bodies that this Amendment Act seeks to clarify.
I was picking up from the senator that you're saying that the PSCs used to oversee the work of the statutory boards, and now the PSC is not having that oversee.
No, Madam
That is what
President.
I picked up from his utterances.
Yes.
Correct
So,
me if I'm wrong, Senator.
That's his, but that is not the case, Madam President. Madam President, that is not the case.
But your case is that he made a derogatory remark about the PSCs.
About the PS's functions as if they are now silenced through this legislation. That is not so.
That's your interpretation of what he said.
Yes.
Okay. Well, maybe Senator Norbert, I think just explain your statement, because I am getting what he said in that the PSCs are no more overseeing the work of the statutory boards. That is clear what I picked up from his utterance. So, Senator Norbert, just speak to us.
That is why this cannot go through all three stages today. Maybe we need to give it time. Publish it in the Gazette. Let people talk about it to understand. See, mark up one Zaikadi. JJ, where the amendment of Section 2, page 6, deleting the definition for accounting officer. Yeah? Substituting. Accounting officer now has the meaning assigned under Public Finance Management Act. Yeah? Then delete the definition for board that we had before. Substituting the following. Board means the Central Procurement Board established under Section 11 in relation to a statutory board, and the board under the enactment which establishes the statutory body. Inserting the new definition, statutory board has the meaning assigned under the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 1501. So, what's old and what's new? You delete accounting officer. You said it in your explanation. The contract awarded under Section 12 must be signed by the chairperson, the person delegated, where paragraph A or B does not apply, a person who is authorized to sign under the enactment that establishes the statutory body. The same set of people all the time. the board. And you know what? Apart from all of that, so let's say, and just the PS Library accounting officer say on moon ki openly political, and just this, sir. But at least the reporting.
Senator, be careful.
No,
that's when I tend to agree with Senator Shaw.
Just give an example.
No, be careful.
Okay.
When you talk about the PS being openly political, let's be very careful with that.
Right, so I'm saying, right?
Don't go there.
I'm saying, even if, regardless, I'm just speaking about, safeguards. So even if that's the case, right, still, we need to at least mandate the reporting in Parliament. Well, maybe in the lower house, we only have one member on the opposition, we have 2 independents, but St. Lucians want to trust the process. St. Lucians need to trust us if we are to ask for their taxes, if they are to believe that St. Lucia, there is hope in this country. We do not need to rush this bill. Let us take our time. This is giving too much power to the board, senators. That's a fact, and that's a dangerous fact. Because in the next 5 years, 17-0 may be the other way. And I will still say, that this is dangerous. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Fede.
What's that? This one? Yeah. Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, like my colleagues that have spoken before me, I stand in opposition of this amendment. This amendment goes against every grain of good governance in this country. Madam President, public procurement is a very specialized area that has far-reaching implications for the finances of any country. Madam President, if we take a look at the budget of St. Lucia, we see that an overall expenditure in the ballpark of $2 billion. While one may argue that a lot of the expenditures are operating expenditures, we still have hundreds of millions in capital projects, Madam President, that come under the scrutiny of public procurement. Madam President, well enshrined in our laws presently is the fact that once a procurement meets a certain threshold, that it has to be above and it has to go through the Central Tenders Board. What this allows, Madam President, it allows for a separation of people who may determine a certain workflow, a certain work plan, and to cause that separation of duties, which stands a better chance and prospect of disallowing individuals who are creating the work plan, creating the workflow, people on boards that are creating the strategic direction of statutory bodies, to cause another group of people to do the balance and the checking and the vetting that is necessary so that we can have the most efficient outcomes as it pertains to procuring and buying, a more common word used, whether it is capital equipment, whether it is given capital projects, whether it is projects to improve our infrastructure, and so on and so on and so on. And the reasons are there globally, Madam President, for best practices. Madam President, I must reference the Public Finance Management Act, which was passed in the term of the previous United Workers' Party administration that I was part of. And in the Public Finance Management Act, Madam President, we worked along with a number of international bodies, the IMF, the World Bank, and regionally CDB and the Central Bank in St. Kitts. And what it did, Madam President, is that it used global best practices and it sought to improve the procurement landscape of the country. So much so, Madam President, it sought to depoliticize as far as possible the issuing of contracts, because these institutions and their experience globally, they have found, Madam President, that the more you create a separation between political directorates and the issuing of contracts and the procurement of certain government services, that the more efficient, the more cost-effective, and the less corrupt this function is likely to be. So, Madam President, what they did is that the first place in the Caribbean, the Eastern Caribbean, that this was established was Grenada. And I recall when they came and they met with our cabinet, they used the government of Grenada, who was at the time under an IMF restructuring program, and in order to get Grenada out of the fiscal challenges that it faced, the World Bank, the IMF officials, they used Grenada's example of how improving procurement, among other governance improvements, was able to overhaul Grenada's fiscal position at the time. And, Madam President, St. Lucia embraced the best practices. We thought that this was an opportunity to have a new day. Madam President, when it came to the establishment of a national economic fund, they commonly known as the CIP fund. All the CIP funds goes into the National Economic Fund. Our administration took the position that not only should there not be the use of CIP monies for recurrent expenditure, but the board, which was made up of civil servants, people away directly from the politics of the country, that they would be the ones to make the decision on what is a capital project. Madam President, I remember coming in this house and regrettably in this house, Madam President, the St. Lucia Labour Party administration amended the CIP, the National Economic Fund, to remove the final decision on what a capital project is, right? And they placed that with the cabinet, took it away from the civil servants. So when my colleague here was suggesting how there are elements of the civil service that have been bypassed in the way that this government is going about structuring and making decisions, is absolutely right. Because we saw it in the National Economic Fund amendment. The cabinet is the one who makes the decision. We warned this administration, Madam President, the St. Lucia Labour Party government, when they came to the House to borrow $80 million from the via the National Lotteries Authority. And the monies were supposed to go towards the development of playing fields. Nothing is wrong with that. But where it became problematic was when we were told that the National Lotteries Authority was going to be the one dispensing the contracts as well. And I remember my colleague, Senator, former Senator Herod Stanislaus, came with the National Lotteries Authorities Act, and he read out the powers and duties and authority of the National Lotteries Authority. And I have in my possession a copy of that section of the Act that deals with the powers and duties of NLA. And nowhere in that section, Madam President, does it state that NLA is equipped, empowered by law to execute $80 million in construction projects. So then it begs the question, Madam President, why does the St. Lucia Labour Party government is so bent, so committed and fixated with decimating the principles of good governance in this country? Why, we ask the question, why do this? Winning an election 16-1 does not empower anyone to get away carte blanche with derailing the institutions, the strong principles set for the governance of this country, Madam President. We shouldn't be pedaling backwards. We should be making steps to improve existing legislation that already exists for the greater good of the efficiency of the civil service so that we can reduce corruption.
Correct.
So, Madam President, the powers of the National Authority. It says the National Authority, Lotteries Authority, shall have the power to carry out or provide for the operation of lotteries in St. Lucia. Without prejudice to the generality of subsection 1, the authority shall do the following: organize, provide, conduct, and control operation of lotteries in or outside of St. Lucia, either alone or in conjunction with any other companies or organizations in or outside of St. Lucia, or associate with any other company or organization concerned with the business of lotteries. It goes on to say, it shall carry on such forms of pool betting businesses as may be approved by the minister. Make arrangements for the proper prompt payment of prize monies payable under this act. Promote and oversee public education related lotteries, pools, betting and games.
Senator,
of
where are you going with this? I mean, you're reading the entire
no, it's just
the rules, functions of the national. No, I'm speaking, so you be quiet. You're reading the entire functions of the National Lotteries Authority. To what end? What is the point that you're trying to get across to us?
The point I'm making is that nowhere in the Act does it say that the National Lotteries is designed to procure and to execute $80 million of contracts. Nowhere here. None of these clauses in the law suggest that. And I remember when we raised that, one of the senators suggested that they would use SSI. And that was even worse, Madam President, because the functions of SSI did not empower it either to do that. And so it begs the question, why are we going in this direction? And so, Madam President, like my colleagues have stated, we do not support this amendment. We believe, Madam President, that this amendment is not good for the governance of this country. It's not good for the economy of this country. We need to go back to what good governance is, what good procurement is, Madam President, always as much as possible to cause the separation of duties. Madam President, I remember in 2021, as part of that Public Finance Management Act that we referred to, that even small contracts going to various constituencies, contracts below a much lower threshold, were required, Madam President, to have at least 3 people tendering. You must have at least 3 tenders so that these projects, once they meet a certain threshold, I can't remember what the figure is now, would have had to, Madam President, send this to the Central Tenders Board, and the Central Tenders Board would be the one to look at everything, the capacity of the contractor, the capacity of the service provider, the capacity of the company, to ensure that all of this is legitimate. Madam President, this is coming against the background of so many, a country with a history of cost overruns, I mean, famously, the West Coast Highway under the St. Lucia Labour Party project, where it went up, Madam President, cost overrun by 135%. There's nothing shameful. These are facts, Madam President. So you have got to make sure that when you're doing projects like St. Jude's, for example, hospital, how much does it cost the taxpayer? Up to now, we do not know, right? But if procurement is in place, Madam President, if we as a country are serious about it, then we would make sure that all of this is being done in a manner, Madam President, regardless of which side, right? That this is done in the most efficient manner, that the people, the taxpayers of this country are getting the proper return on their investment, Madam President. The Grosley Highway, the 4-lane highway, the contractor who was given a direct...
Senator, you are going off on a tangent.
A tangent?
You are flying off projects here, there, and everywhere. We are talking about procurement, the statutory board, the persons who are given authority to sign the contracts. Stick to the bill.
Madam President, thank you so much for your guidance. Madam President, I give you an example of a statutory body. Could you imagine, Madam President, Invest St. Lucia owns the factory Shell at Bizet, and the roofing needs to be done on one of those factories, Madam President. Yeah? And Invest St. Lucia, that is equipped to go out as a promotion investment arm, is now called upon to go through its own internal tendering for the replacement of a roof on a building. Do we actually want to say to Invest St. Lucia that you should be distracted from your functions, which is to go out there, attract investment for the country, or you now are also responsible for making sure that the tendering of this renovations to a building that you own, that you haven't been designed to do so, but now you're responsible? Is that what we want? Do we want to say to the St. Lucia Tourism Authority that's responsible for marketing the country overseas as a statutory body that, okay, you have this specific project to do, that you now must do your own internal tendering procedure? This is what this legislation is actually saying. So the implications are dire, and I can go through examples and examples across the civil service where this is actually going to collide with the efficiencies, with the best return on investment, and this is just not good governance. This is poor. So I'm sorry, Madam President, that I may seem to be going off on a tangent, but this is too important for us to get this wrong, and too important for the opposition to stay silent on this matter. I don't care what the count in Parliament is. It could be 17-0. But, Madam President, no one is going to silence my voice as it pertains to very crucial matters coming to the table that affects the people of St. Lucia in a very effective way. And that's what we're saying. The opposition will not be intimidated. We will speak. It doesn't matter how many times, 16-1, and how much the clock is stuck at 16-1, right? But, Madam President, this is the business of the people. This is the citadel of our democracy. If people are not free to speak in the Parliament, where else will freedom of the speech not reign in this country? So, Madam President, we do not support this amendment. The amendment goes against the face of good governance, Madam President, and we have very strong objections to it, and I thank you, Madam President, for your indulgence.
Senator Lucia.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, it is really painful to sit on this side and to listen to what is coming from the other side to distort what this bill is all about, Madam President. And you know, again, it reminds me of a time somewhere, I think it was 1977, again in the 1900s, when there was a certain gentleman in the rainforest in Guyana that had over 700 people drank a portion of Kool-Aid, which caused them to all perish. And it was purple. It was purple, and that's why, and that's exactly what happened on December 1st, because you all drank that Kool-Aid. And you come in this house, yes, you have a right to speak, and nobody is going to stop you from speaking. That's not the intention of this honorable chamber. But what this bill is about, and it simply says, accounting officer means in the act that you all didn't read, which is the Public Finance Management Act. It says in A, Madam President, accounting officer means in a case of a ministry, department, or office of the permanent secretary, in the case of a ministry, department, or office without a permanent secretary or public officer, who is the head of the performers or performs the duties of a head of ministry or department or office, in the case of a statutory body, the chief executive officer, or a person who is head of the statutory body, unless the enactment relating to the statutory body specifies any other person to be head of the statutory body. This is what the amendment has done, is to include, to make that amendment, to have everybody aligned with the procurement, the public procurement law of St. Lucia. And that's what it has done. And then in defining the statutory body, it goes on to define the statutory body. And here in Part 5, it says, under Section 112(1), notwithstanding this Act, any other enactment, the Board may approve the public procurement procedures to be applied in the procurement of goods, works, and services, and shall give approval to proceed with the procurement of the goods, works, and services. 2, very important. After approval of the public procurement procedures and the procurement under subsection 1, the board shall approve the award of the contract. The board, not the chairman, the board. And it goes on to further say the signing of the contract now. It says under 112A, a contract awarded under section 112 must be signed by the chairperson of the board, a person delegated by the board, where paragraph A, B, or B does not apply, a person who is authorized to sign under the enactment of that establishes the statutory body. What's difficult with that? What are all the twists and turns, and you want to make the public of St. Lucia believe that we're going to lose our status as, what did you say? Yeah, well, obsolescence of permanent secretaries and all of that. Where does that go? Where are you taking this to? This is nothing, there's nothing like that in here. You guys, you senators, you're creating a fiction. It is all mischief. But if you want to go down that road, and you speak of having passed in the Parliament of St. Lucia, under the watch of the UWP, the Public Procurement Act, or the Financial Management Act, which you cited.
Senator Norbert?
Yes. Standing on the point of elucidation, Senator.
Are you yielding, Senator Jean? It's a point of elucidation. Are you yielding?
Elucidation about what?
No, are you yielding?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Please take your seat.
You had your 10 minutes. Coward. So, there was some time ago, one of the members referred to I think it was Senator Fede, or it was the UWP passed the Financial Management Act to tighten up the way we administered our finances and the financial management and procurement. But you would want to believe that they did not take your own medicine. Because on a particular day during the course of the 2016-2021 administration, there was a minister who signed about 30-something direct awards. Did it go to the public procurement protocols? Did it go to the...
$12 million.
Did you? Then you had a forestry housing scheme. Did that have follow any of the rules in the Public Procurement Amendment Act? The shock housing development. Numerous roads and bridges and footpaths and highways.
Senator Fede.
Anybody remembers the $13 million?
Madam President, I stand on the point of order.
Anybody remembers the $13 million?
Senator Jean, Senator Fede is on a point of order. What is your point of order,
Madam
Senator?
President, I'm really sorry for interrupting the member's presentation, but my point of order is that he's misleading the House when he said that because the government minister signed, it was the acting prime minister who, in his capacity, legally.
What is the point of order? What is your point? Senator Jean.
He did not break any law, as you're trying to suggest.
I am still waiting for the point of order, Senator.
Point of order is that he's misleading the public. Because he said he's asking whether there were any central procurement rules.
He asked a question.
The procurement rules.
Senator, if he's asked a question, how is he misleading the House if he has posed a question?
But it is strongly implied what he's trying to say.
You are assuming that. He threw out a question.
He's imputing improper motive to the government minister that is not.
He asked a question. Did they go through that process when how many contracts were signed on one particular day? He threw out that question.
The central procurement process, the act at the time did allow for direct awards to be at a certain threshold. All the direct awards were at the threshold.
Senator Fede, this is not the point of order. Okay? Please allow Senator Jean to continue his presentation.
Thank you, Madam President, for offering me that protection. Yes, I was asking whether the Larishus road that was redirected to allow for a racehorse track that cost the taxpayers of St. Lucia $13 million. Did it go through any procurement protocol? I'm asking a question.
Are you just making up figures?
I'm not making up figures. And I have another question, Madam President. During COVID, we're still trying to collect the rest of our $7 million. But then nobody followed the procurement protocol. What the government is doing here is to ensure that this does never happen again. Is to be sure that you follow the process by law. This is what is going on. And when you establish procurement policy, it is to ensure the transparency and efficiency and accountability. And then you spoke about the NLA. You all keep referring to the NLA. And you seek to mislead people about the NLA. The act establishing the NLA, and it says on the section 23, how the funds of the NLA will be used. The funds of the authority shall be applied for the purposes of authorized by this act and towards youth and sports projects and programs approved by the board with the consent of the minister. So what's wrong has gone on there? And you go to section 20 of that same
Senator
act.
Fede.
Madam President,
Section
again, the member
20
is
of the
misleading
Act.
Senator Jean, Senator
Yeah.
Fede, what's your point of order?
So, Madam President, the member is misleading the House by suggesting that reading a section which says the NLA funds can be applied to playing fields does not mean that the NLA must be the one to execute the procurement of those contracts. Big distinction.
Senator Fede,
Yeah.
take your seat. Senator Jean, senators, we have to be careful how we use a point of order. We may disagree with somebody's point, but you have to show clearly where the person has misled the House. If it's your interpretation versus somebody else's interpretation, what is this about the misleading the House? We have to be clear how we use the standing order, senators. And to interrupt somebody's presentation, you have to be clear, okay? Clinical in that regard. And I will hold you to that, all of you. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. And I will read again from the Section 23 of the National Lotteries Authority Act, which you can find on the Attorney General's Chambers.com. The funds of the authority shall be applied for the purposes authorized by this Act and towards youth and sports projects and programs approved by the board with the consent of the minister. Then we go to section 19, right? Section 19 of the same act, the National Lotteries Authority Act. The funds of the authority. The funds and resources of the authority shall consist funds arising from the sale, lease, or other disposition of property vested in the authority, or from the conduct of lotteries and pool businesses or any game of chance. Such sums may be placed at its disposal by the House of Assembly, which was what was done when not this funds, but the borrowing, I'll get into that. Funds arising from any source consequential upon the performance of its functions under this Act. Funds borrowed by the board for the purpose of meeting any of its obligations or discharging its functions. Do you understand that? Madam President, isam aglia wed pukopon.
Oui.
You see, Senator President, Madam President, Section 20, borrowing powers. Section 20 has borrowing powers. Subject to the provisions of this Act, the authority may borrow sums required for it to meet any of its obligations. So you all have beaten that thing forever. And then the people decided they liked what the Labour Party was doing. This is why we are back here tightening and putting a grip on what is going on, because many boards you will find have their own procurement policies, and what the government is seeking to do is to harmonize the policy, and all of it falls under the framework of the public procurement policy. That's all that is going on. Nothing else. Nothing else, Madam President. So I do not understand where the members opposite want to take this and to mislead the people of St. Lucia. So, Madam President, I stand in full support of the amendment of the legislation, and I would like to see it go through its remaining stages. Thank you very
much. Senator Dr. Poyer.
Madam President, I rise in support of the Public Procurement Amendment Bill as presented by Leader of Government Business. This bill is to amend the Public Procurement Act, Chapter 15.10. And in my view, Madam President, I see this bill as a step towards reform, transformation of how procurement of goods, works, and services are provided in this country. Avec moi vle, sa ki ka vale Creole, pou kompren, la gouvernement sa la ka travay pou fè bagay pli meyen an peyi ya. Creole la, c'est langue maman nous. Ça qui pas comprendre ni pour faire un effort pour comprendre ni. Avec moi pas kakoudi, ma kakoudi hodi. I am hearing on the other side there is strong objection to that bill, Madam President. But Madam President, that is democracy. We respect that. And with respect to Section 2 of the Principal Act, that is the Public Procurement Act, Chapter 15.10, let me clarify my understanding of the amendments referred to in Section 2 of the Principal Act. I take the term accounting officer of a statutory body to mean the chief executive officer, the CEO, or the person who is the head of the statutory body, unless the enactment relating to the statutory body specifies another person to be the head of the statutory body, whose role is to ensure that goods and services are procured from supplies for the government only in accordance with the law for regulating public procurement. And number 2, on the interpretation section, there is in accordance with the Public Finance Management Act of the revised laws of St. Lucia, 31st December 2023. Madam President, the Public Finance Management Act, number 14 of 2020, and I think those on the other side were there, of St. Lucia, along with subsequent amendments, modernizes the management of public funds, focusing on transparency, accountability, fiscal discipline. It governs the consolidated fund, budget preparation, debt management, and financial reporting, with amendments in 2022 and 2025, strengthening oversight and fiscal policy. That is why it made reference to the Public Financial Management Act, and the objective is to strengthen that. I take the term board, Madam President, to mean the group of individuals who will be appointed by the government of St. Lucia to serve as directors of the statutory body. And these boards are statutory bodies because they are established under the legislation. They are legislated. And it has to go to Parliament, it has to come to the Senate for it to be law. And those who study the composition of these boards, it's not one where government just handpick a few people and say, it says which organizations are represented. These organizations appoint the representative, so there is broad participation on those boards. It's not just a little pocket for the government. And sometimes I hear on the other side how people are talking about politicians. I wonder whether, if you look, Madam President, were these people politicians? Or they forget they are politicians? And on December 1st, where were their names on the ballot? So what is the fear of politicians? The Prime Minister, who is the Minister of Finance, is a politician. So what are we afraid about politicians? They are good people, good people. The board will comprise of a chairperson and other directors, and will assume overall responsibility for governance of the statutory body. Key functions of the board will be as follows: oversee the day-to-day operations of the statutory body, approve the public procurement procedures to be applied in the procurement of goods, works, and services, grant approval for management of the statutory body to proceed with the procurement of goods, works, and services, and approve the award of contracts related to the procurement of goods, works, and services. I take the term statutory body, Madam President, to mean the institution that will be responsible for procurement as specified in this Amendment Act, Chapter 1510. This amended law will empower the statutory body to perform public procurement functions to make procurement decisions within the framework of the amended Act. So they have to stick to what the Act says about procurement, and they cannot do what they want. So we are bringing the statutory bodies in line with what the Public Procurement Act says. The Public Procurement Act of Chapter 1510 speaks to provide procedures to be applied in public procurement of goods, works, and services for public procurement for institutions responsible for those matters and related matters. And this act was amended number 13, Act 13 of 2020. And you have to remember who was around in 2020. Madam President, some of the statutory boards we have the National Conservation Authority, we have WASCO, we have SLASPA, St. Lucia Tourism Authority, the National Trust, the St. Lucia Bureau of Standards, and as you made reference, they are submitting their reports, and they have to provide their reports and the annual audited financial statement. Now, Madam President, when I look at this amendment, sometimes I said it has to take a government with a lot of guts and courage to take this to Parliament, where this will also require greater oversight on the part of ministers. That means you are looking for more work for yourself. Because when you put procurement in the hands of statutory boards, you have to ensure, as we know, handling public funds and everything else. So the minister is saying, I am taking that to the House so that I am equally responsible for ensuring that these statutory boards function efficiently and effectively. The other side would be afraid of doing that, Madam President. But this government is doing it. And they will do that work. And I have every confidence, and every St. Lucian believes that this government will do what is right for them. Madam President, appointment to these boards is actually raising the bar. And you know why it's raising the bar? Because you have to ensure that you have the persons with the requisite skills, knowledge, abilities, experience, and integrity. They need to have the time and special interests. And not one where people feel, when will I get on the board? Put my name, I'm your friend. We have to ensure that we have the people with the requisite, because their responsibilities are greater now. They have to comply with the Public Procurement Board Act. So with that, Madam President, these statutory bodies that have this high-level responsibility is not for persons who would want to be on all boards for prestige, in the limelight, or tokenism. And the government understands that very clearly. And on these boards, Organizations are asked to recommend persons to represent them on the board. And that message must be sent to them. That you don't just send somebody. You have to ensure whoever you have chosen to represent that organization on the board has what it takes. The person will make the sacrifice and make sure things are done properly. That's the message that's coming from. It's not just about passing it over to statutory boards and whatever. Madam President, the issue of reporting and accountability is going to come up. It must come up. And as the Senate, it's our responsibility to do oversight too, to ensure that these reports come. They are in there, and they are there in a timely way, because we are talking about people's money, the taxpayers' money. Everything must be accounted for. We are tightening the rope, not just on statutory boards, but on the entire administration and governance. Now, Madam President, I am hearing certain things on the other side, where they do not support the amendment. So if they do not support the amendment to this bill, they are saying that what is happening is perfect. They like it like that. So it means the government has been doing a great job. There is no need to change anything. Everything is okay. But the government is saying, even if we are doing a great job, we can still do it even better than that. And therefore, we are doing even more to make things better for the St. Lucian people. Madam President, I heard the word corruption. I can only spell it because I have not been able to practice it. So I don't even know what corruption is. So there are some people in this house that really know what it means, and maybe they can clarify for us how the corruption takes place. Madam President, we are talking about Central Procurement Board. That's centralization. What is recommended in this amendment is decentralization. And decentralization will remove bottlenecks. It will also create opportunities for greater participation, for people empowerment, for greater oversight and greater relevance in the award of works, services. Madam President, I heard a member on the other side spoke about awarding contracts to build schools in Jamaica, where they were asked to build 50 schools and they only built 25. What I did not hear on the other side is maybe whoever had designed that was too far away from the people. They didn't know what was going on. Because I can tell you, Madam President, I recall a case in Trinidad and Tobago where the Trinidad and Tobago Unified Teachers Union advised government and agencies that they should not construct a school in a particular location. They did not take their advice because maybe they were central and they had all the skills and there was no need to consult the layman out there. But after they built that multi-million-dollar school, up to a day like today, that school has never opened. Because it was located in an area where the people in the area knew it would not be good. And it was not good. Government, the children could not occupy that. And that is why when you have statutory bodies doing procurement, they will do things that are more relevant. They will listen closer to the ground. They will be able to adapt policies to suit the situation, and not just a central board that thinks they know everything. That is what the government is doing, to ensure that more persons, if there are 20 boards and each board has 10 persons, you multiply that and see all these people have a say in decision making in this country, and you move from decentralized. Everything must be in a little corner. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Nobody knows what's going on. Let us open the door. That is what it's doing. Empower statutory boards. So when people are on these boards, they know they have to be doing things that are relevant, transparent, greater participation, and doing the things that will respond to the needs of the people. And this has been the mantra of this government, putting the people first. We cannot say it by words and not action. Madam President, I heard about expediency and transparency. I thought politicians understood what expediency was, because you have 5 years to sue, and you can't take 10 years to do what you have to do in 5 years. So there must be some speed at which you have to do things, and there must be transparency so that the people see what's going on. And if you have more people involved, more eyes will be looking on, rather than fewer eyes behind curtains and behind closed doors. Madam President, I kept hearing the word politician, politician, politician. Politicians are the ones running the country. They are the ones that brought this bill to the lower house. In fact, they have sent it for more non-politicians to participate. But they have politicians alone on this side. So I don't know what they are afraid of themselves. Why are you afraid of yourselves? Right? So government is making a bold statement. And they are actually translating power, transparency, accountability, and they are also putting themselves on the line to say we too have to be accountable to the people of St. Lucia on how their monies are spent. As I mentioned, the Prime Minister is one of the biggest, longest serving politicians in St. Lucia. And St. Lucians have said, you hold the purse. We are trusting you with the purse. And he went on December 1st to ask them, are you sure? And they said, yes, oui, nous d'accord. Ou ka via assise là. Et fait travail là, ou ça commence à continuer. Right? Bon, myself, the phrase there is, yo pay. No, mais c'est ça, c'est mon a dit, Madam President. So, Madam President, there is opposition, a way, that's a move. One member on the other side there said, a move from good governance. That is good governance by his standard. But what I'm seeing there is what we call good governance by the government standards and the standards that the St. Lucian population have set. And then we will ensure that this bill goes through its entire stages at lightning, if I borrow from one of my colleagues in the lower house, lightning rapidity. So, Madam President, I do give my support to this bill so that we can enhance the quality of life for the people in this country. I thank you.
Leader of Government Business. Share it.
Can I get this? Can I get the nectar?
Senator Dr. Harak Singh.
The lecture podium. Madam President, I rise in full support of the Public Procurement Amendment Act. And as my colleagues have explained about the statutory board, so I'm just going to say a bit about it. And so for the enlightenment of our viewing public, Can you hear me? Oh.
It's okay. You're good.
Okay. Right. So just for our public viewing, a statutory board is made up of a number of persons, and it can range from possibly 8 to maybe 10 persons. So this really is a simple amendment. All the government is trying to do is to make those statutory boards able to award goods, services, and contracts to the people of St. Lucia in a quicker manner without all of this red tape. Now, I know that some St. Lucians who are listening to this Senate debate have had the experience of waiting for extremely long periods of time to get their goods, services, etc. And Madam President, he who feels it knows. Madam President, we need to move forward. We cannot stay stuck in this unnecessary, what I call red tape. And like Senator Jean said, it is not one individual who's making this decision. It is a board of individuals who have been well vetted. And this is in order for the people of St. Lucia to benefit. We have a people first mantra, Madam President. And I'm glad that Senator Fede has finally recognized that the St. Lucia Labour Party is providing good governance to this country. When he said, why do we want to decimate good governance? Thank you. Thank you, Senator Fede, for recognizing good governance. But I believe that I have given the justification, and my colleagues have also given the justification for the amendment to this act. So I'm asking our senators on the other side and our independent senators to support the amendment to this bill in order to move our country forward and to continue to put our people first. Thank you.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. I hadn't really planned to speak on this, and I've listened intently to both sides. And I must confess that perhaps I'm more confused now than before. And so I would like to call on the Leader of Government Business, when she's rebutting, to perhaps explain again the necessity of this amendment. I've heard that it's to make things easier, and it's to make things faster, it's to make things more efficient, but I'm not sure I've really understood the explanation as to how this amendment is going to achieve that. So I'd just like her to particularly address that issue. Reading through the amendment, I mean, it does at least seem to me to be relatively straightforward, but given the amount of discussion it has engendered, perhaps it is not. And I was talking to my colleague senator, and I thought to myself, perhaps sometimes you have to listen to politicians when they are being political and saying things, and you can't legislate for best intentions. So again, I would just like to ask the Leader of Government Business to explain exactly how this piece of legislation will continue to achieve the aim of good governance, of effective and efficient governance. If the issue is that the Central Tenders Board is overwhelmed, say so. And perhaps then the issue is providing the necessary facilities, the necessary resources that is no longer overwhelmed. If it is a situation that it is felt that perhaps again as part of overall governance, a statutory board should be given the responsibility for controlling their own budgets and their own contracts, again, say so. Let me understand exactly what the reasoning behind this particular amendment is. And Senator Descott did make the point, and I take it, that procurement is a specialty area. And perhaps we don't give it the respect that it deserves. And that rather than, again, redeveloping or reinventing the wheel, we should strengthen what we have in place. Let us, I'm not saying that this amendment is not necessary, but I'm asking for a little bit more explanation, just so I understand fully what it is that it is seeking to achieve, and perhaps more importantly, how it is seeking to achieve it. But like I said, let us make sure that regardless, even if we are doing this, I think the base point still needs to be made that resources have to be committed to training the persons who are involved and ensuring that they have the requisite skills. We were having a little discussion over lunch, and again, I think sometimes we tend to rush to fix a problem by creating more of a problem than addressing what we initially have. And I go back to the issue of resources. Let us make sure that we are putting the right resources in the right place to ensure that the persons who are making the decisions, one, have the capacity to do so, two, have the, because part of the problem and concern I have with statutory boards is that they're voluntary in some case, because the amount that we're paying these people, the stipend that they're getting is not sufficient for the responsibility and the level of responsibility that they've been required to undertake. We need to professionalize some of these activities, and if centralizing it in a central tenders board that is given a proper secretariat and proper resources to be able to deal with the entire 92 statutory boards as well as the government procurement, let us put the resources behind to do that and to achieve that end. But again, leader of government business, I'm just asking for a little bit more explanation. Sell me a little bit more on why this amendment is necessary and what it is hoping to achieve. Thank you.
Leader of government business.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I wish to thank senators for their contribution to the debate on this Public Procurement Amendment Bill. Madam President, I wish to particularly thank my fellow senators on this side who have contributed to the support of this bill, and also to provide some clarification or maybe factual information on some things that were said by the opposite side. Madam President, Senator Descott started off by making reference to the Corruption Perception Index. And he sounded like there was this increase in the corruption index for St. Lucia. I really thought that we were doing much worse than we are. I thought, based on the way he presented this corruption index. And I noted, Madam President, that the corruption index information was posted on the website just 9 hours ago. So like he said, it's very fresh. But I want to refresh the minds of the people of St. Lucia that St. Lucia's score in the Corruption Perception Index remained at 59 out of 100, 59%, and St. Lucia ranks 39 out of 182 countries. 39 out of 182 countries. Our score, Madam President, never changed. It remained at 39, which signals that there has been no increased perception of corruption. Okay? So, Madam President, this is the first point that I want to present in order to give comfort to the people of St. Lucia that St. Lucia is in no worse hands when it comes to corruption in this country. Madam President, when I hear all of the discussion on the amendment to the Procurement Act or the Procurement Amendment Act, I get a sense that the opposition is nervous about amending that legislation, and I wonder why. Why is this nervousness? Why are we so nervous? Madam President, I can tell you as a former permanent secretary in the government of St. Lucia, there was a period that I served in the Ministry of Infrastructure, the ministry that had one of the largest budgets. And there was hardly any interaction with the Central Tenders Board at the time. Almost every project was by direct award. Almost every project, because no money went in my pocket. That's why I did not resign. None went in my pocket, Madam President. There was hardly any interaction. The Central Tenders Board was almost dormant during that period, Madam President. We want to be nervous about an amendment to the procurement rules, to the procurement legislation. Madam President, this legislation seeks to strengthen procurement. That's what it's seeking to do. By aligning statutory boards, extending the procurement rules, extending the procurement to statutory boards. Madam President, a statutory board is created, and in the case of Jamaica, there was a period of reform where several boards, where several government agencies were transformed into executive agencies. By extension, statutory boards. And you know why they did that? It was because they wanted to give these agencies greater authority and independence. That's why statutory boards are created. And Honorable Virginia Poyot indicated so. Why would you want to create a statutory board and then you put them in handcuffs? That don't make sense. That is the reason statutory boards are created, so that there can be greater expediency in what they're doing. They are created for particular projects. They are created for given particular responsibilities. Madam President, when the opposition want to talk about statutory boards, let me give you some examples of what happened in statutory boards, Madam President. The records are there to show. A statutory board awarded a contract of $130 million and signed by a general manager. No procurement process, direct. No oversight, $130 million, Madam President. No procurement board. It will come here.
Madam President.
Senator Fede.
Yeah, I raise on the point of order, Madam President.
Your point of order.
The member is clearly misleading the House, and if she has, I was part of that cabinet. I am not aware of any statutory body that signed a contract for $130 million US, you said? $130 million US is what she said. If you have evidence, please present it to the House so that we can be satisfied. Because I was part of that cabinet, and
She needs to withdraw the statement.
Madam President,
you have to withdraw the statement.
I will make it a document of the House, because that information has come to the Parliament.
Well, give
the
us the
St. Lucia
information.
Air and Seaports Authority.
Senators, two of you cannot be on your feet. Let us have some order.
I thought you were sitting.
Senator Fede, are you finished with your presentation?
Only to say, Madam President, that you have set a bar that if a statement like that, as serious as that, with the implication of an entire government's reputation, that she would I would personally want to feel better that Senator Ja spoke the truth, because it implicates me. I was in that cabinet.
I think
and I would rather see the document.
Senator, I'm speaking. Senator Ja has indicated that she's prepared to make it a document of the House, and so I accept, Senator Ja, you will make it a document of the House. Please, we proceed. Yes? She will make it a document of the House.
That's not the rule that's been set for me.
It's not about your rules, it's about standing orders, and I have ruled.
But, Madam President, you
no,
set a
Senator,
bar
there's no but.
that
I
the
have
truth
ruled.
must prevail.
You take your seat.
And the Senator cannot substantiate.
I have asked her to present it. You will move away from this argument, and you will present this at the next sitting, Senator Ja.
Madam President, I can actually make it a document of the House when I finish here, because I have it right before me. Okay? I have it right before me. And I have several others, Madam President, that I want to present in this House, because we want to ensure that the people of St. Lucia does not get the perception that the St. Lucia Labour Party administration is involved in any corruption. We saw in the reign of the 2016-2021 administration, Director Awards take a passé tout partout. Vaccines, $7.3 million. Direct award, advance payment of 100% paid to someone who was not involved in vaccines. Where was the money?
Mr. Deputy President.
Senator Fede?
Yeah, I am sorry again that I need to stand on a point of order. The member is misleading the House again. Now, the member is sitting here and she's criticizing the use of direct awards, which the Central Tenders Board, the Procurement Act of the country would have made legal, especially in times of a pandemic, when a country is in a state of emergency, trying to find resources to help to save the life of its people.
Yes, sorry, but so what exactly are you saying?
She spoke about the vaccine money, okay, as though there is something wrong with the way it was procured. I'm saying to her that there is nothing wrong with a head of government of any country that is looking to save its people from a pandemic that is a unique pandemic at an emergency time for the country.
Okay.
Right? They've gotten $1 million back, 2.6. They've been in government for 5 years and they have done nothing to get the rest of the money. So you get it. You get the money.
Please proceed. Please proceed. Senator Ja, please, let's cut down on the crosstalk a little bit. Senator Fede, let's cut down on the crosstalk. Senator Ja, please proceed.
Madam President, Mr. President, Mr. Deputy President, I want to clarify something that Senator Fede has been saying. In as much as a direct award is a procurement mechanism, what we are discussing here and what the opposition has been presenting is that the procurement process is being circumvented through this, okay? But I am showing, Mr. President, that what they did to circumvent the procurement process was to go through the route when the direct award clearly states in the legislation that it was for emergencies.
What's the pandemic? What's a global pandemic?
Mr. President, can I get protection, please, so that I can... Mr. President, I need...
Please continue, Senator Ja. Yes, the senators are to be heard in silence, so please continue.
That's why you're sitting over there, you know. Mr. President, when you have a central procurement board established for the receipt of tenders, okay, where a board made up of several individuals reviews. First of all, they open, they review, they evaluate, and they award contracts. Okay? Versus one man sitting in his office and signing off on these awards by himself. In one case, Mr. President, one individual who was acting Prime Minister for one day signed 30 direct awards, totaling in excess of $12 million. No board. Y'all afraid? No board saw these direct awards. You have the one for Radical Investments Limited in the amount of $7.335630 million to facilitate the procurement of AstraZeneca vaccines. Vaccines nous poko we juste toujours. COVID vini, COVID ale, COVID vini ako, COVID party. Not one vaccine was seen by the people of St. Lucia. You nervous? Mr. President.
Mr. President, I'm afraid I have to stand on a point of order.
Sorry, what's your Senator Fede? Yes, your point of order.
Mr. President, the senator is so double standard in what she's saying. As a result, she's misleading the House. On the one hand, she said in the procurement mechanism that in emergencies, it's okay to use the direct award function.
Yes.
The COVID pandemic is an emergency like no other we have ever had in the history of this country, but yet she's criticizing the use of the direct award mechanism. It is a national emergency. The Constitution is clear what COVID-19, what pandemics are.
Thanks, Senator, but I don't...
So what we're talking about?
That is not misleading the House. She's giving her opinion on... Please continue.
Mr. President, an emergency is when you need life support. When we needed the vaccines, and people were dying, where are the vaccines? What did the emergency do for us? You procure it because of emergency. Where are the vaccines? You signed 30 direct awards. All were emergencies. We had no hurricane. We had no tsunami. We had no flooding, no earthquake. Where was the emergency? Madam President, Mr. President, July 5th, 2021, there was another direct award in the amount of $38 million for architectural works for the St. Jude Hospital reconstruction project. Emergency. 2021, it was an emergency for architectural works. I work in Ministry of Infrastructure. Man, jamais where Latini architectural works. Lani architecture. There is architecture. There are architectural designs. I never see architectural works.
Senator Norbert?
Yes, I stand on a point of order, Mr. President, Mr. Deputy President. The point of order is relevant. The point has been made. We need to stick to the contents of the bill. It's getting late.
Please continue. But I do take the point that we have had a lot of latitude in the discussion, but obviously you are rebutting. But please just bear that in mind.
Mr. President, I hold seriously to this thing. I think these interruptions are deliberate, and we need to stop playing games. The opposition got all their minutes of fame. We respectfully sat down and we listened to the opposition. The opposition presented a case as if the government was corrupt.
Senator Jean. Senator Norbert.
All right, on a point of order, the member is imputing improper motives. It's not deliberate that I'm standing on a point of order. I have gotten the point. She's made a number of examples, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Deputy President, and I just think the point has been made. We need to move on.
I take your concern, but at the same time, it's her presentation. She chooses what she wants to address and how. The senator can address whatever matter she wants to address and the manner in which she chooses to address it. She has 45 minutes in which to rebut, and she has 45 minutes in which to rebut. She's still within her time. Senator, please continue.
Mr. President, I think that is bordering on disrespect. I believe, Mr. President, as a leader of government business, I'm required to rebut. I am responding to what was presented by senators. I was asked a question by you. I am here to respond to it. The members on the other side made several assertions that I have to respond to. The people of St. Lucia require of myself and the senators representing the government that we represent what is before us. I believe, Mr. President, that we are going off on these interruptions we're going a bit beyond these interruptions in a kind of a clandestine kind of way that I think we need to put a stop to. We sit down and we listen. If there is something that is clearly misleading, we stand on a point of order. But these continuous interruptions, Mr. President, especially when we present facts. I am quoting from facts, okay? And then we hear of a point of order on a fact.
And you guys with a single substantive evidence.
Every evidence is here. If you want me to email it, I will. So give me a chance. Let me email it.
Okay, hello.
Sit.
Members, again.
No,
you address
chill.
Members, you address the chair. Please keep the crosstalk to a minimum. I think it is beginning to get a little bit out of hand. Senator Jha, please continue. And
Madam,
please allow her to be heard in peace and quiet. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. President, there was also this reference, and this afternoon, I don't know, that the National Lotteries Authority got a beating. I believe the $80 million guarantee that was approved in this House, in this Parliament for the NLA really strike a nerve. But Mr. President, it was in the same vein that one person got $32 million for upgrading of sports facilities. AstroTurf was placed on sporting facilities, and somebody outside of St. Lucia, who resides outside of St. Lucia, got $32 million. Emergency.
Senator Fede.
Mr. President, I rise on the point of order. There is nobody that got $32 million to put AstroTurf on playing fields while I was there. This is a complete misrepresentation of the truth by Senator Jha. The gentleman that I think she's referring to is Mr. Lockerbie, who had a contract for $1 million to implement and coordinate with different contractors in St. Lucia, $30 million of work which went into the Soufriere playing field, the Deriso playing field, the Mikud playing field, 2 playing fields in Denneries, all over St. Lucia. There's no one person who got that. The senator needs to withdraw that, please. I don't want to interrupt her presentation, but she must speak the truth.
Again, I'm just trying to understand. So your point of order is you're saying that she's misleading the House.
She said one man outside of St. Lucia. If it's not Don Lockerbie, then who is?
Fair enough, Senator Jha, please.
Mr. President, Playing fields were upgraded. Well, not upgraded, because some of them we can use them for other purposes. No cricket or anything. A man was paid $32 million. Where was the emergency?
No, sir.
Did COVID affect
Mr.
the
President,
playing fields?
Mr. President, she would have to provide the facts. The stand of order, she needs to withdraw that.
Hold a minute.
That is not...
Just a minute. I can't have both of you on your feet at the same time. Senator Fede, let me hear your point of order, please.
Senator Fede, sorry. Mr. Deputy President, by stating that an individual has received $32 million to implement playing fields is wrong. It's non-factual, and I ask the senator to present the substantive documents to show us that that is true.
So let me understand. Let me just make sure I understand. So you're not disputing that $32 million was spent?
No. But
your dispute, just a second. Your dispute is that it was not given to a single individual.
Outside of St. Lucia, that is also two things. She said $32 million was given to a single individual who lived outside of St. Lucia. $1 million was given to an individual to coordinate an amalgamation of different contracts which went to different contractors in St. Lucia at $32 million.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Jean.
18 million.
Thank you. Senator Fede's objection is that it is incorrect to say that $32 million was given to a single or paid to a single individual. Are you disputing that, or do you accept that that is in fact the case?
Mr. President, a contract was awarded to an individual for $32 million. If Senator Fede has a different individual for $1 million, because I have not mentioned the individual's name. So if he knows of another $1 million, then he will present his $1 million. I am referring to a $32 million contract.
And Senator Fede, I believe...
So Senator Fede doesn't even know who I'm speaking about.
Just a second, to preempt his next... Because he's going to jump up and ask you to make it a document at the House. Are you willing to make...
I have not mentioned any...
You have mentioned a contract. He's going to ask you to make the contract a document of the House.
When he comes back here, he will get it.
So then if you're not, please just move on.
But Mr. President, the point, the nervousness of the opposition is on the point of the accountability that the government of St. Lucia under the Philip J. Pierre administration is putting into the legislation that will avert, I wouldn't say prevent, but hopefully avert the occurrences or the reoccurrences of what we saw during the period 2016 to 2021. That is the point. Because this willy-nilly direct award, take a duive, take a pete sec. Everybody, the term around St. Lucia was contract, without going through a proper procurement process, without going through a proper tendering process. Contracts were cut up. Contracts were divided. So much was happening with procurement. Why are you nervous today? The government of St. Lucia is seeking to clean it up. So, Mr. President, the question that you asked is, the government is seeking to ensure that statutory boards, the procurement guidelines for statutory boards, are aligned with that of the Central Procurement Board. That is what it is. Where you have accounting officer, as Dr. Virginia Poyot read in the Public Finance Act, The accounting officer was the PS, as in the case of the ministry, the head of department if it was not a ministry, and in the case of a statutory board, a CEO. Now they are adding the chairman, who has a fiduciary responsibility. These gentlemen on the opposition side, like, was it Dr. Poyot who said, their names were on the ballot. They are politicians. My name was not on any ballot. You are politicians. If you were elected into government, you would have been the ones appointing boards. Why now you're afraid of the same boards? They would have been, Mr. President, appointing the chairpersons of boards, appointing the board members, unless the legislation called for specific members who are representatives of various agencies.
Senator Norbert?
Standing on a point of order, imputing improper motives, we are not afraid of boards. The amendments just say we do not want the boards to act as Section 5 says, notwithstanding this act and any other enactment. We're just saying that the bill is giving too much power. We're not afraid. She said that we are afraid. She imputed improper.
Thank you, Senator. That's not imputing improper motives. It might be hyperbolic, a little bit of exaggeration, but I don't think. And exaggeration is fine. Please continue.
Madam, Mr. President, we are in a political environment. We are in a political system. We are legislators, okay? There is no other way that a board can be created if there is no involvement of a politician in a country like ours. I don't see how, okay? Because politicians create the legislation, yeah? The legislation says how a board is created. So even though the appointing authority is the Governor General, it's usually on the advice of somebody who is a politician. Though it is, who else? Nobody else apart from the Governor General is the highest appointing body. Ministers appoint their boards, the Prime Minister appoints their boards. It has to come from a politician. So when Senator Descat becomes the leader of the United Workers' Party and assumes the role of Prime Minister in the future, he will appoint his boards. I would be grateful. And so, when these boards are created, you cannot create a board and then you have them hamstrung. They have to continue to operate. And so, if you have a statutory board with the authority to manage its affairs, why you want to hold their hand only when it comes to procurement? That to me does not make much sense. So, Madam, Mr. President, we can say many more things, Mr. President, but I think the people of St. Lucia saw what went on, knew what went on, made their decision on what went on, chose between the two, according to a gentleman, they chose their choice. And their choice was clear. Clear. And the choice was not clear only once.
It was clearer.
The choice became clearer. Because they saw that all the emergencies that were presented to them for the government to have acted in a particular way during the period 2016 to 2021 did not benefit them. And so they saw that after 4 years of the Philip J. Pierre administration, that their lives and their livelihoods were better off under this government, and that is why they made their choice. So, Mr. President, what is being presented today is clear. The procurement system is being refined, is being transformed. Rome was not built in a day. We will not get a perfect system. I heard somebody talk about perfect. We don't have a perfect system. We will continue to transform the system until we get it to a better place. But Mr. President, I stand in full support of the Public Procurement Amendment Act, and I ask that it be read. Thank you.
Senators, the question is that the Public Procurement Amendment Act be read a second time. I now put the question. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Public Procurement Act, Cap 15.10.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 3.
Amendment of Section 2.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 4.
Insertion of new Part 5.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill.
No. Aye.
Let me hear you.
Put on your mic, please. Sorry.
Part 5. It says 112.1, notwithstanding this act or any other enactment. So that's my concern here, one of my concerns. I know they read from the Public Finance Management Act, right? These are important acts, but what, as it's stated here, Part 5 inserts notwithstanding this act and any other enactment. I would prefer if that said subject to this act and the Public Finance Management Act that they quoted a while ago, because the guiding principles are in the Public Financial Management Act. So I think that should say subject to this act and the Public Finance Management Act. It shouldn't say, it gives like an overriding power.
Yeah, but that's what they intend the legislation to do.
But
that's what we're arguing.
So
they don't want.
So I understand the intent of the bill, but
regardless,
we have to protect page 7. Yeah.
It'll change the meaning significantly.
Notwithstanding this act and any other enactment, just a simple change. Subject to this act and the Public Finance Management Act. Yeah. It stops the amendment from overriding other financial accountability laws. Yes, it does when it says notwithstanding this act and any other enactment.
Honorable Leader of Government Business, may I hear your response?
I don't see any amendment that is. We are dealing with the Public Procurement Amendment Act, notwithstanding this act, which is the amendment, and any other enactment. That means any laws that govern the statutory boards themselves, or the Public Management Act, every other law that relates to this is covered under here. So I don't see any reason for the change. Let's not make things complicated. That can be much easier. Yeah.
Sorry. You don't understand. We in a committee.
Mr. Deputy President, I had stepped out for a minute, but if I understand correctly, the senator on the other side is suggesting it should say subject to and not notwithstanding.
Yes.
And I'm trying to understand what does he mean, or what is his intent for inserting subject to, as opposed to notwithstanding.
So if we make this, or the board, right, subject to this act and the Public Finance Management Act as well, it will improve. It will stop the amendment from overriding the other laws that he quoted a while ago. It will prevent the amendment from overriding other financial accountability laws. For me, it's accountability and transparency, and this should not override laws that are already existing. You understand?
Actually, I'm not understanding your explanation.
The Public Finance Management Act, as he quoted earlier, Senator Jean. Yes, sir? I'm through you, Mr. Chair. He quoted from the Public Finance Management Act. A number of them did. They provide guidance that ensures accountability. But as it stands in Part 5, it's saying, notwithstanding this act and any other enactment, the board may approve, the board can go ahead and approve the public procurement procedures to be applied to the procurement of goods and so on, and shall approve and proceed with the procurement of the goods, works, and services. After approval of the public procurement procedures under Section 1, the board shall approve the award of the contract. Notwithstanding, as in it doesn't matter, as in
that's not what notwithstanding means.
Any other enactment. That's what it implies.
Mr. President, I think you should provide guidance on notwithstanding.
Well, no, I'm letting you all the committee members debate first before I get involved. Sorry, I think Senator Deterwell, you were going to respond.
Yes, Deputy President. I think the senator is a little bit misled in terms of his understanding. Mr. President, can I continue?
Please, one at a time. Although we're in committee, let's just so everybody can hear and understand. Go ahead.
I think the senator on the other side is a little bit misled in terms of the understanding of the word that he's trying to exchange with notwithstanding. And I'm still a little perturbed as to what exactly he's trying to suggest. His interpretation of it is a little odd. I don't understand how it fits in based on what your argument is. I'm not sure how it fits in and brings out your point. It actually does not assist your point.
So if I can
I don't know your point.
Try to assist. Okay, just now. Just if I can try to assist. I understand what you are saying, but I shouldn't say ironically. Putting in subject to would actually not achieve what this section is meant to achieve. So from my reading, this section, because don't forget this is being inserted into an overall piece of enactment. The overall enactment establishes the public procurement rules relating to the operation primarily of the Central Tenders Board. This section is intended to carve out for statutory bodies the power for the board to do certain things, which is spelled out in this section. If you state subject to, you're going to create a conflict between this section and the remainder of the legislation, which is why they've had to put notwithstanding. So I understand the point you're trying to make, but you will not. But if you do what you are suggesting, it'll actually frustrate what the legislation is trying to achieve.
The government side is trying to achieve.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. But that's what we're against. Right. We're against the carving out of that loophole. So yes, it will frustrate them, but that's what I want to do.
Yes. So
don't support
if I put let's move on. So we go back to the question, which was clause 4. Clause 4 stands part of the bill.
No.
Mr. President, so just for my edification here, right? If, as in the case, we've broadened the definition of what a board is, Central Public Procurement Board, in the definition, will the drafters go in and automatically define that as Public Procurement Board and Statutory Board? So in the principal legislation, will that amendment be made?
Yes, so whatever, we are amending the legislation now.
Yes.
So the language that will be inserted into the parent bill is board will, after we pass this, mean the Central Tenders Board, established under Section 11, and in relation to a statutory board, the board under the enactment which establishes the statutory body.
So that will be inserted in the definition?
Yes.
Okay. The other point I have is, in the principal legislation, on page 4, it reads, an act to regulate and provide for the procedures to be applied in public procurement of goods, works, and services for the public procurement of projects under public-private partnerships, for the institutions responsible for those matters, for asset disposal and related matters. I believe if you are now bringing in statutory bodies, that section here should clearly speak to statutory agencies somewhere. The language should be changed, because you speak to PPPs, you are speaking to the core government, central government, and now you're moving to make an allowance for statutory agencies. And I think that legislation, that word in here, some insertion of statutory agencies should be included in there. That's just a suggestion I'm saying too. When I'm reading it from that lens, it first jumped out to me that perhaps should we assume that public procurement here means both central and state-owned enterprise procurement, or should we disaggregate the two definitions? So I wanted to get your legal mind here, Deputy
President.
Sorry. Yes, sorry.
No, I'm just saying we seem to be going outside of the scope.
Yeah, I was
of the recommended amendments.
Yeah. Sorry.
Deputy President, Chair, the definition of statutory body which is referred to in the amendment is what I pointed to, which when it says it made reference to the statutory body in relation to the statutory body under the Central Procurement Board established, and it says the definition of statutory bodies. So it goes down to say it means a body set up for market-based, for profit, non-profit based, not for profit, by any enactment with powers and operational autonomy, one, to provide goods and services to the public for a public purpose, or to carry out a government-related function and is under the control of the government. B, includes a constituency council or other governing body or of an area in St. Lucia. 2, a board, commission, or an agency. 3, a company in which the government owns share capital. So it clearly articulates every agency, as you're referring to, which will fall under that umbrella. That's the point I was making in the debate. So it's not just pulling out something, it says, it makes a reference to the other parent legislation. That's what it's making reference to. So it just didn't define it, it just made it reference there. But when the amendment is made, and I think the legal luminaries here can guide me on this, it will be referring to. Okay?
Clause 1.
Mr. Chairman, just one more. What we're seeing here in that amendment is the functions of the statutory boards that are now inserted in there. So in the Public Procurement Act, it already has all the stipulations for it. So it just gives it more clarity on how it will be functioning.
Thank you for that. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 forms part of the bill. Senators, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senators, I beg to report that the Public Procurement Amendment Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Deputy President, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Senators, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and the Public Procurement Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business. Oh, sorry.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Public Procurement Amendment Act 2026.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Income Tax Amendment.
Income Tax Amendment.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I beg to move for the suspension of Standing Order number 49-2 to enable this bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Senators, the question is that Standing Order number 49-2 be suspended to allow the Leader of Government Business to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy President. Mr. Deputy President, the bill for consideration by the Senate is the Income Tax Amendment Bill. The purpose of the bill is to amend the Income Tax Act, Chapter 15.02, which is the Act, to continue on a path that was started in 2023 towards modernizing the income tax legislation, thereby making it more relevant to today's realities and consistent with the promises of putting people first. Madam President, in August 2023, the government made some brave and significant amendments to the income tax legislation. These amendments, which will take effect from January 2025 in accordance with this new legislation before us, I want to present them, Madam President, on the screen because there are so many figures, so I figure it would be easier for us to follow. So I hope it is clear enough for everybody to see. So, Madam President, what I'm presenting here are the allowances and deductions. Yeah. Yeah, when I address. Yeah. Okay. So I'm presenting the allowances and deductions that are existing versus what is being proposed in the bill before us. For personal allowance, Madam President, we had an $18,000 allowance before. Taxpayers were allowed $18,000 and it was later increased to $25,000. What is being proposed is the same $25,000 which is going to be maintained. The child allowance, a child under 10, under the existing system, the allowance was $1,000, and children over 10 years was $2,000. Now the proposed is going to be $5,000 per child. So any child under 10 and over 10 will now be $5,000. Dependent relative allowance, for most of us, I'm sure we have elderly parents. It used to be $350. Now it is proposed at $5,000. Mortgage interest, the actual interest paid subject to a $30,000 cap is what exists. But right now the cap is being proposed at $40,000. So your actual interest up to the cap of $40,000. Higher education university used to be $5,000, now it is at $10,000. Spouse allowance is maintained at $1,500, both for the existing and the proposed. Credit union, building society shares, it used to be it is $5,000, it is proposed at $10,000. Investments in resident companies, approved instruments, limited typically up to $5,000, now it is up to $10,000. Life insurance premiums, it's the actual premiums paid, but it's subject to, it's capped at $5,000 within the overall $30,000 cap. Now it's the actual premiums paid capped at $5,000, but within the overall $40,000 cap. National insurance contributions remain as 5% of income. Donations to approved institutions remain at 10% of chargeable income. Student loan interest is the actual interest paid within the overall $30,000 cap, which exists, but now it will go up to the $40,000 cap. Alimony or maintenance payments, it's the actual payments made under court order within the $30,000 cap. Now it will be within the $40,000 cap. Medical expenses, they are actual, the existing is the actual expenses incurred independent of the general cap. And for medical expenses, Madam President, I note that the government of St. Lucia is including fertility medication in the medical expenses. I think it is going along with the Ministry of Health's signal that we need to increase our population. So for some of the young people in here, there is an incentive for fertility medication included in here. For some of you who have not made your contribution yet to our population, we invite you to do so. The overall allowances and deductions cap is $30,000, as I've said before, excluding personal allowances and medical expenses. Pension income is the taxable income within $6,000 exempt. However, under the proposed, it is fully tax exempt. So those of us who have reached retirement and are now benefiting from our pension, it will no longer be taxed. Senior citizens earned income, that's 60 plus, it's taxable with $6,000 exempt right now, but the $6,000 exempt is non-pension income. And the business, self-employed, ICT, AIs, and cybersecurity investment, there is no specific deduction right now, but what is being proposed is there would be up to $50,000 deductible. So, Madam President, just to put it in context, in reality, what this means to the people of St. Lucia, to taxpayers in particular, I want to present just a few scenarios. This one is of a public officer with 2 children under 18 and a dependent parent. Say the person's salary is $39,828. Under the current system, their personal allowance is $25,000, which is going to be remained in the proposed. At 2 children, they would have had an allowance of $2,000. Under the proposed, their allowance is $10,000 because it's $5,000 each. They have a dependent parent. It used to be $350, now it's $5,000. So their total deductions would be $40,000. With a salary of $39,828, their chargeable income now becomes $12,478, and under the proposed system, it's going to be zero because their total deductions is higher than the salary. And so, while they would have been paying $1,871 in tax, under the current system, they will no longer be paying tax at that scenario. So there is 100% savings in PAYE. We have another public officer who pays the maximum credit union contributions, and they have a university student. Their salary says $70,000. Personal allowance remains at $25,000. Their credit union shares remain at $5,000. They now pay higher education. They now get an allowance for higher education for that university student at $10,000. Let's say they have other deductions of $6,914. Their total deductions now become $46,914, and so their deductions claimed can only be capped at $40,000. So notwithstanding the fact that they have total deductions of $46,000, their cap at $40,000 is what can be claimed. So their chargeable income now becomes $40,000 minus 7 from the 70, and it's $30,000. Under the current system, they would have paid $8,250 in tax, but under the proposed system, they will be paying $5,250 in tax and a savings of $3,000. So we're seeing the benefit to that public officer. For a retiree with an average pension income, like me, the annual pension, say $45,000, the pension allowance, I think that should have been $6,000. Yeah, there's an error in the proposed system, $6,000. When your eyes getting bad and you're working at midnight, that's what happens. But the total allowance is $31,000, and the chargeable income now becomes $14,000, which would be 31 from the 45. And so the retiree who would have paid a PAYE of 15% of the chargeable income, which is $2,100, now is fully exempt. And so that $2,100 now remains in the pocket of that retiree. The last scenario is one of a professional with a $31,000 mortgage interest, 2 children under 18, a salary of $80,000. Their aggregate deductions would be capped at $30,000 under the current scenario. But now with the mortgage interest at $31,000, they can claim that allowance, plus the 2 children at $5,000 each, which would be $10,000. However, their total deductions would be capped at $40,000, and so their chargeable income becomes $40,000, which is from their annual salary. And so their PAYE, which would normally be $11,250, will now go down to $8,250, a savings of, it should have been, a savings of $3,000 and not $3,300. So forgive my little typos. But Madam President, this I am presenting to show you that there will be some relief to taxpayers as a result of this legislation that makes provision for increased allowances at the different levels. Madam President, there's still more work to be done, but this is a demonstration of government's pledge to put more disposable income in the hands of St. Lucians that they can divert to other necessities. Madam President, I trust that members of the Senate will give this policy measure their full support by giving favorable consideration to this amendment. I thank you.
Senators, the question is that the Income Tax Amendment Bill be read a second time. Senator Descartes.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I will be very, very brief. I remember in the last sitting, there was a lot of discussion around disposable income. And I will support any initiative that puts more money in the pocket of St. Lucians. So, lest it be said that they're not sure where I lie in terms of my support, I do support where I stand. Sorry. Where I stand. Thank you, Madam President. I do support this. And you know, when there are initiatives that support and benefit St. Lucians, I think it's the mature thing to do. It's the country, they often use the language people-centered agenda, but I am more of a country-centered agenda, Madam President. So, and I certainly would like to applaud the leader of government business for taking the time to at least put it up there on the screen so we could see the scenarios and see how St. Lucians could tangibly benefit from these amendments. The question I want to ask is, where is the revenue shortfall? How are we going to close that revenue shortfall, Madam President? And who is this burden is being shifted upon? And I think it's a legitimate question. I'm not trying to in any way throw cold water on the initiative. But it's very clear, and I think this again, to my mind, is also admission that the government in its last 4 years has neglected a very, very crucial segment of our society, and that is the middle class, Madam President. I walk throughout the length and breadth of this country, and I say, I mean, I literally walk on Saturday past. I walk from Cul-de-sac to Canaries, and I intend to walk this Saturday. We may have to do a walk together. You know, I don't know if you guys will be able to keep up, but Independence Walk. I'm trying to train for the Independence Walk. But a lot of people tell you, particularly the middle class, that the government, in spite of increasing the allowable personal allowance on their income from 18,000 to 25, the government had reduced the deductibles, and they clamored that this, to some extent, made them worse off, Madam President. And so, in my mind, the government is recognizing that the wrong that it did to the middle class, and is coming back to right that wrong, and I applaud them for that. I applaud them for that. I applaud them for that. The senator presented a lot of numbers, and I was thinking that she was going to use perhaps the public service as an example and look at the grades in the. I tried to do some of that, and I wasn't as successful as the senator. But when I looked at, I think it's grade 12 is about $68,000, and so it's essentially anybody at grade 12 and below, if they take advantage of this, will not be paying any income tax and so on their income. But between 13 and 21, the bulk of the burden would lie on these individuals. And so I think that is something that I think we need to also bear in mind. I'm not making a plea for the top management of the public service. I know that the grades, is it 19 to 21? The last time they got an increase in salary was 2011. And when you have a situation like that, you create a scenario where we call a wage compression, that the wages get and the bands, and when you have wage compression, it also has implications for retaining people. If I believe that, man, I come in here, this person just below me is making just $200 below me, and there was an instance, I think, even politicians, permanent secretaries were making more money than politicians, Madam President. So I don't want to belabor the point, but to say that I believe that the middle class in particular has suffered the brunt, and I commend the government for that. They also have had to bear higher fuel prices, madam. I won't be Tommy Descat if I don't talk about fuel prices. I think it's a pet peeve of mine. They have had to bear the health and security levy, and now the looming specter of water tariffs. I don't want to be talking on two sides of my mouth, Madam President, but I believe fundamentally, while this deals with putting more monies in the pockets, and I really hope St. Lucians do take part in it, because a lot of times governments implement these policies and persons, and I hope the IRD and the others do their part in educating persons sufficiently. But I will say there is a serious concern that there is a shrinking of our middle class. There's a hollowing of our middle class. Some of the amendments on property, mortgages, one of our proposals that was, I would say, during the campaign was rubbished by the government was our mortgage deposit guarantee facility. And it's something that I personally hold very dear. As a matter of fact, there was a video circulating of Prime Minister Dickon Mitchell literally saying the exact same thing, where we empower young persons to qualify for mortgages. And so the other one is the tuition free at Arthur Lewis. I understand, yes, you can claim, but we were saying that once a child qualifies and goes to Arthur Lewis, they should not be rewarded with the reality that, hey, I cannot afford it. That child should automatically be allowed to be able to go there without the headache of knowing where that money is going to come from. So, Madam President, I don't want to belabor the point, but I also want to say that with this revenue now, how are we going to close it? We live in an environment where official development assistance is shrinking. We know that there's a lot of tariff, the geopolitical tension in the world. In Europe, for example, there's a lot more focus on military spending. Trump has increased his military spend from, 1 trillion to 1.5 trillion. And so official development assistance will not be our savior. The CIP, unfortunately, we know is not performing well. And again, I am in trepidation. I'm hoping that this government is not going to come with new tax measures in what I think the Prime Minister called a sustainable budget. He's already given us a precursor of that budget. I hope he doesn't come with more taxes, Madam President. But I do support any initiative that puts money in people's pocket. But I know there are hundreds of middle-class persons who are feeling the pinch, and this is an admission, in my assessment, of a government who realized the wrong that it did to the middle class, and it has tried to make some amendments there. Thank you very much, Madam President, and I yield.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. As usual, I'm going to rise and start the same point I tend to start with any tax revenue measure. Whereas I generally applaud the intent of this bill and the actual provisions of it. I'll go through in a little bit more detail just now. I still believe that, and I will call for it again, comprehensive tax reform. The concern I have is a similar one to that expressed by Senator Descott, that some of the actions that we are taking here, whereas they will benefit the individual taxpayers, and I'm one of them, so I'll put my hand up. I am very happy to see some of these things from a personal standpoint. But when I look at national revenue and the fact that, I say it again, we are compressing or reducing the persons on whom the tax burden lies, we need to look at all of our entire tax system to ensure that we have the most efficient and the fairest forms of taxation being used to benefit the country as a whole. Because my concern, as Senator Descott has expressed, is that where we keep removing or reducing the tax burden on certain persons, it's falling heavier and heavier on the few people who are paying tax. And at the same time, we are not necessarily maximizing the revenue we can get out of VAT and other areas of taxation. For example, even with the property taxes, for example, that have been in abeyance for a while. Not that I'm calling for them to be reinstated, but I'm saying let us look at our entire tax basis, and let us make sure we put a comprehensive review in place, so we make sure that when we are taking from one side, we are giving it the other side, so that we are not unduly impacting government revenues and taxpayers as well. So to look at the bill itself and the changes, I want to thank the Leader of Government Business for the manner in which he presented the tax changes today. It is very illustrative and made it much simpler to understand in terms of putting the tables up and then giving the examples to show in a concrete basis how it is going to impact persons. I would ask, though, perhaps for our purposes in here, in terms of assessing, on a macro level, the impact of these changes, that perhaps some assessment can be given as to, one, if there is going to be revenue foregone, or two, well, yes, there is going to be revenue foregone, what that revenue that's likely to be foregone is, but then on the other side, the flip side, the potential multiplier effect of persons having more money in their pockets and how that might benefit the country long term. Just so that, again, we have a full picture of what we are doing and what the impact is going to be on the economy. In terms of the actual amendments and the changes that are being implemented, again, I have made the point that taxation is a manner or means of influencing behavior. And so I commend the government for making, under subsection 3, the purchase of photovoltaic systems tax-free. I would like to suggest perhaps that this would be because it's expressed for the years 2023 to 2025, perhaps we might consider again, because it is a behavior we want to encourage, making this a permanent deduction under the Income Tax Act. Because I believe, one, in terms of improving resilience, two, reducing our reliance on fossil fuels and the impact on our environment, I believe, again, this is behavior that we want to encourage, and so we should make the purchase of photovoltaic systems a permanent tax deduction. Similarly, and the Leader of Government Business mentioned it in passing. It did occur to me when I read it that, one, they've increased the allowance for children to $5,000, again, which I thank them for. But I also note that the government, is making fertility treatments tax deductible. So I think, again, the implication here is very clear as to what the government wants us to do. And as the Prime Minister of one of our sister countries has said on several occasions, I think we need to do what we need to ensure that our countries can survive going forward, particularly with regard to our national insurance, which requires a certain number of persons contributing to ensure that it remains viable. So I note the deduction or the increase in the allowance for dependent children, the increase in the allowance for educational expenses, and the new provision for the allowance for fertility treatments. I would like to encourage, sorry, I should have mentioned as well before I moved on from the photovoltaic systems, that again, given the fact that we face on a daily basis water challenges, I think again, government should perhaps want to consider creating a deduction for persons who are investing in rainwater harvesting, or investing in tanks, or investing in cisterns. I've expressed it in terms of physical development provisions and making it part of the requirements for all persons building new properties. But I think perhaps we can incentivize it as well, in the same way that we've incentivized in the past solar water heater systems, that we can incentivize water storage systems for persons by making those purchases tax deductible as well. I applaud the increase in the allowance for the mortgage interest deduction, because the reality is the cost of construction is increasing, the size of mortgages is increasing. We need again to assist persons in purchasing and owning their own homes, in maintaining their own homes. So I applaud the increase of that deduction to $40,000 as well. I applaud the increase in the allowance for contributions to the cooperative societies. As a long-standing member of the cooperatives, I know that at one point they were quite concerned by the limit that had been placed on the cap, sorry, of $25,000, I think, which was in place initially, which increased to $30,000, that it would impact on persons' desire to be part of the credit union movement and contribute to it, because they may not have seen the ability to, or the benefit from putting monies away with the credit unions. So again, I applaud the increase to $10,000 and the increase of $40,000 in the capital allowances generally, because it is going to assist what is for many people an essential part of our economic system, to continue to be active cooperators, to be active members of the credit union movement, and to assist them in the development of that sector. I noted on and I'm looking forward to being corrected and proven wrong, I noted on the presentation by the Leader of Government Business that pension income would now be tax-free. However, I don't see this in the bill. And I'm hoping I'm wrong and I'm misreading it. I see a reference to removing the penalty of 10%, well, not removing, changing the tax from a tax of 10% to a penalty of 10% on monies drawn prior to payment of a pension fund to the members, which I take it to mean if somebody breaks their pension before they hit the age of retirement, there was normally a 10% withholding that was charged or chargeable, and it's moved from being a tax to being a penalty. But I don't see a provision which expressly exempts pension income. So again, if that is something that, and it's an area I applaud, particularly as relates to government pensioners, because again, knowing quite a few of them, these are persons who have, for a number of years, when you think about it, retire at 50 or 55, live for an additional 20 years on a third of their income. I'm honestly surprised that many of them do as well as they do. And so I applaud the move to make their income tax-free. I see certain persons in the chamber shaking their head. I won't mention them. But as I'm sure the leader of government's business was very happy to announce that the change in the tax status of pensioners, but I don't see it in the bill. And so I think it's something that we need to look at and ensure is addressed in the legislation. But again, as I said, just my observations. I applaud the attempt, as Senator Descartes said, to address, because when the initial cap was instituted, I did strenuously point out that it was going to negatively impact primarily the middle class and primarily government workers. So I'm happy today that some relief is being given to those persons. But again, I do have a little concerns just in terms of making sure that when we're making these decisions, we have all the information necessary. So if going forward, I'm assuming that next year, God willing, there'll be further tax goodies, that we can have the information on the revenue foregone and the possible multiplier effects in the economy as a result. But I support the bill generally. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Fade.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this bill here today could be best described as the government recognizing the errors of its ways and seeking redemption. Madam President, I'm not sure that this effort here today is going to redeem the government enough. Madam President, income tax allowances, the deductibles before 2023, did not have an overall cap on the allowances that people could have gotten. There were individual caps on things like mortgages and child allowances, student loans, life insurance, and all the various deductibles. They had their caps. But, Madam President, when one does the math in terms of what was the total value that individuals in this country could have claimed in their deductibles, whether it was student loans, whether it was life insurance policies, or whatever the qualifying deductible amount was, it added up way past the $40,000 that the government is proposing to raise the cap to. It also added up, Madam President, one could have claimed more than $65,000 because we see that there's an additional $25,000 being proposed outside of the overall cap. So, Madam President, this legislation came to us in the previous administration, and it came from some outside agencies, and they were proposing this among some others, which we felt, in particular this one, that it was going to make the people of St. Lucia, the taxpayers of St. Lucia, worse off. And we felt, Madam President, that we needed more time, that we had to properly analyze this, because I clearly remember the Ministry of Finance telling us that there were 15,000 people that were going to be worse off if we change the tax band that the outside agencies were recommending. This was all in an effort, Madam President, to raise more revenue. Simply put, to take more money from the people's pocket. So we, being the kind of tax or people-friendly government that we are, we decided, Madam President, that this was not good for the taxpayers of the country. So in 2023, the St. Lucia Labour Party administration came in, and they passed the new amended income tax legislation, which sought to improve tax administration and to raise revenues of the country. And so we saw that the deductibles now, you could have charged whatever you want on the various deductibles. They removed the individual caps, on mortgages and student loans and life insurance. And then there was this overall cap of $30,000 to begin with. Today, it seeks to take that cap or to enhance the level at which the threshold stands for deductibles at $40,000, which I think is a partial redemption from where we are coming from. So even though, Madam President, we have seen better conditions in this legislation for taxpayers, income tax payers, personal income tax, it still has a far way to go to replace the amount of monies that the taxpayer of this country would have lost from what existed before 2023. Madam President, the general public of St. Lucia will remember very well that the Prime Minister sat in a beautiful vehicle, and as the leader of the opposition then, on the eve of an election, he promised the taxpayers of this country that the tax threshold will move from where it was to $48,000 annually, meaning that anyone who would have made $4,000 a month would have gotten a tax incentive where the tax rate would be zero. So once you made $4,000 a month and below, the now Prime Minister, who is the Minister of Finance, proposed that there would be no tax. Madam President, that's quite a while. That's over 5 years now. And that promise is yet to be fulfilled to the people of St. Lucia. It begs the question, Madam President, whether the Prime Minister or the Minister of Finance and the government, whether they were making this up, or whether they had not done their numbers right, or whether there was a miscalculation, or whether they intend to keep their promise. Those are important questions, Madam President, which must be answered as we come here to amend the income tax in another significant way. So I think now the tax threshold is at $25,000 annually. Based on the promise of the government, it needs to get to $48,000 annually. So, Madam President, we're just a bit over 50% of where the promise is. And there is still an additional $23,000 per income taxpayer that we need to get to if the government intends to honor that promise anytime soon. So Madam President, I would like the leader of government business or any member opposite to please give us an update as to where the government is at with this promise to the people of St. Lucia that if you're making $4,000 or less, that you will not pay any taxes. I would also, Madam President, like a report, because in that same advertisement series of ads and statements made by the Labour Party, that when they took office, they said in 2021 that people who had tax returns, 5,000 and below, would have also gotten their tax returns in 100 days. Now, I would like an update from the government side as to where we are with that. How much of the outstanding tax returns below $5,000 did you pay to the people of St. Lucia, or was that another promise that you didn't intend to keep? I think it's important that we get an update on these very crucial matters as the people of St. Lucia continue to endure very, very high taxes, Madam President. The gas taxes of this country are enormously high. The Economic and Social Review has showed, Madam President, over the years where the excise tax on fuel has gone up significantly, especially in the last 4 to 5 years. Madam President, in one of the excerpts from the Economic and Social Review, it says, due to an increase in fuel taxes, that the collection of excise tax almost doubled from one year to the next, Madam President. That's in the 2023 Economic and Social Review, page 58. And so, Madam President, the people of St. Lucia is going through a significant burden of high taxes, where we see that, you know, I was talking to a customs broker, and he was saying, Madam President, that the average person in St. Lucia on importing anything that is imported, most things, that they have to pay the following. They pay the service charge. That's at 6%. They pay the customs duties. That's at 30%. They pay VAT. That's at 12.5%. And then, on all of that, Madam President, they pay the health and security tax, which puts the accumulation of taxes, Madam President, on the backs of the people purchasing things from various supermarkets and various places of trade, somewhere in the region of 47 to 50%. This is how they are overtaxed, Madam President, in the daily basis. So when I tell you, when I say that we are encouraged, slightly encouraged, that the government is now finding out the errors of its ways, and it is seeking to bring some level of reprieve. I'm very, very happy, Madam President, to see that the government is now understanding the plight of the people, that the people have been overburdened with taxes, and, Madam President, unkept promises as it relates to the taxes. You know, Madam President, our assessment on this side, in my opinion, the government anytime soon will not be able to keep its promise on the income tax. And I challenge them to keep that promise. Go and give everyone who's making $4,000, I challenge the government to go and keep that promise. To the people who are making $4,000, make sure that they get their tax break that you promise, that they should not pay any taxes. But, Madam President, I don't believe the government was ever serious about that. So, Madam President, the people of St. Lucia, there's still a lot of making up to do as it pertains to this, Madam President. But the taxes of this country needs major reform. And, Madam President, there must be as much enthusiasm we've got for businesses, where we can just release them of the penalties and the interest that they have. We need to see the same level of enthusiasm as it relates to the people who are paying personal income taxes of this country, the workers of this country, Madam President, who are carrying the burden of the taxes. Because in the case of VAT, Madam President, people who are paying personal income tax, they don't have anywhere to hide from VAT. A business person can simply pass on the tax that they receive in those consumption taxes, such as excise tax, such as VAT and so on. But the normal, everyday people, they have got nowhere to run. They are the end user of a number of the commodities that are purchased from supermarkets and gas stations, and they are the ones who carry that burden. So we must do everything possible, Madam President. We must have a certain level of compassion for these people, more than we do, Madam President, for large corporations and for businesses, so that there is a progressive ideology that is driving the tax system here in this country. Madam President, I thank you.
Senator DeTurville, did I miss Senator? Are you yielding? Okay, Senator Charles.
You always miss me, Madam President. My interception will be very brief, Madam President. Again, I would like to extend my thanks to the leader of government business for the way she laid out the presentation with the scenarios. But I just want to make an intervention on one of the deductions that has to do with dependent relatives. And it says that the allowance for dependent relative, it's he or she entitled to an allowance of $5,000 in respect of each relative. The point I want to make, Madam President, is that we need to realize in the structure of our societies, it's usually retired people who take care of dependent relatives. So there's reduced income on the part of the one who maintains the dependent relative, and sometimes no income from that dependent relative. So I think some consideration has to be given when these figures are being arrived at, that we look at what is happening in our society. There's a burden on these individuals, and medical care for these dependent relatives is also very expensive. And as you get older, there's a double whammy, because insurance, medical insurance sometimes is either reduced or cut out for people after a certain age. So your expenses and your expenditure on medical care significantly increases. So I just want to put that for the consideration of Leader of Government Business, that perhaps going forward, if this, as my colleague was saying, sometimes we have to go beyond just 1 year for that cap, give ourselves sufficient time, maybe a 3-year period, to see how it works out, and then do an analysis. But notwithstanding these comments, I would support the amendments to the bill and the relief it has brought for us as citizens of St. Lucia. Yes, Madam President, I think I was reluctant to make a comment this afternoon, but I was forced to, and I will leave at this point in time.
Senator De Turville.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I stand in support of the amendment of the income tax bill presented by the Leader of Government Business. And I'm very happy to hear that some of our senators on the other side can wipe off the fog of our political lenses and acknowledge when something is good. And I commend our other senators for that, Madam President. I also think that our Honorable Prime Minister has spoiled us in a way, because our improvements are always so grand and big and large, so that when we make small steps, sometimes people are a little disheveled and they don't understand that, yes, not everything is going to be big and grand, but the small steps matter, because again, they benefit everyone. And so when you have an age where our elderly is growing a little older, but unfortunately we have less children and persons to take care of them and to pay into those taxes or allocations that would facilitate or assist the government in making those improvements, we have to acknowledge that amendments such as these are very important. And so for us, some of us who have children and who may continue to or decide to go down that path, there's some relief. And for those of us who may have some trouble doing that, there's also some relief. and even for caretakers of our parents, who some of us in here are faced with. Children raising the parents as opposed to the role of the parents raising the children. We will also be very appreciative of such an amendment. And so, Madam President, I will be very brief, but just to show my support and to acknowledge the support from the senators on the other side, although some of them were a little reluctant to doing so, we still acknowledge that you are supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I humbly move for the suspension of Standing Order 9.3 to enable the Senate to sit beyond the prescribed time of 6 o'clock in the afternoon.
Senators, the question is that Standing Order 9.3 be suspended to enable the Senate to sit beyond the prescribed time of 6 o'clock in the afternoon. I now put the question. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as have a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. If granted, proceed, Senator. Senator Shaw.
Yes, Madam President, thank you for the opportunity to just say a few, to stand to support this.
To speak to them.
My apologies, Madam President. Yes, I said I'm thanking you for the opportunity to stand to support this amendment, which brings relief to the people of St. Lucia. And as it is, it's the policy of the government in putting people first. It is a welcome small step that encourages us, because I think particularly when you get down to some of the areas in encouraging people, support for medical allowances, the increase in annual deductions, as very well articulated by the leader of government business, and I would like to commend her for the way she delivered on this one, so that it is clear, not only to us in here, but people who are following it on the outside, what the intention and the impact will be for them. There were a couple points raised by the independent senator, Deputy President, with respect to the energy sector, and I tend to concur that perhaps similar to what we have done with solar water heating in the past to encourage people, that it is more longer term than such a short term for it, as we seek to move in that direction in renewable energy. I know that there's a new Electricity Supplies Act that is supposed to come before this Senate to the Parliament in the near future. I think it did make a first reading. So I guess provisions would be made in there for that. But I think as far as the water sector is concerned, and I think there's this tariff review going on, I know that the government I think there was an income tax, there was an amendment, a statutory instrument, I think number 51 of 2024, which gives several incentives for water tanks and all the fittings that you use in the water sector, that they're VAT exempt now, I think, or zero rated, one of those. So they have been given these incentives to encourage people to store water, and I think the Prime Minister is on record in suggesting that people should be pursuing rainwater harvesting as well. But I think they have given, well understanding the challenges we face with water supply, that we need to make the effort, each person in every household, to store water, because water storage is critical, water is life. So I think, likewise, I think this sort of incentive should continue for some time to come into the future. So, Madam President, I think I again want to express my satisfaction with what is being proposed by the Leader of Government Business and in the manner she tabled this tax amendment, and to endorse it and offer my support. Thank you.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I thank senators for their contribution to the debate on the income tax amendment. I realize around the table that there is general support for the bill, and I want to thank the senators on the opposition side, especially Senator Descott, who made it pellucidly clear that he supported the bill. I also share the view of Independent Senator Lee that the solar PV concession or allowance should be permanent in order to enhance our thrust towards renewable energy. We recognize that we can use indigenous sources in order for us to generate electricity. And especially in light of what Senator Ignatius Jha indicated, that there is this move of the new Electricity Act to include renewable energy into our energy mix. I want to also point out, Madam President, just to reiterate, that these amendments take effect from January 1st, 2025. So when we do our income tax returns for this year, these amendments will apply. So that means that we can anticipate a surplus. Some of us who normally have to run to the Inland Revenue Department to pay our checks, we may now get the reprieve that is anticipated in this amendment. Madam President, I just want to also emphasize that what is happening, based on a contribution that Senator Fede made, is to really show that in as much as we can cry about being overly taxed and so on, that this government, the administration of today, of 2026, the administration of 16/1 of December 1st, 2025, is the administration that is providing relief to the taxpayers of St. Lucia. That is the point. So we can cry me a river, but today, this is the government that is putting people first. This is the government that is adding more disposable income in the pockets of our people. So no matter what went on before, this is the government that the people of St. Lucia will recognize as the one that adds to the relief. Yes. That is what it is, Madam President. So I applaud the government of St. Lucia for making things better. And Madam President, we have to put it into the general context. Honestly, for me personally, Madam President, I have seen so much benefit coming from this administration. From zero-rated VAT on food items. And I'm looking at those that benefit me because, yes, we talk about laptops to the children. I no longer have kids at secondary school, so they don't have laptops. I don't get the facilities fees. I don't get the CXC. I don't get the SAFA support. I don't get, But those that I can I can clearly see is a benefit to me, and who feels it knows it.
Correct.
So yes, when we go to the supermarket, we can have a bigger trolley because the zero-rated items are now cheaper than they were before. The pension income, we no longer, and Senator Lee, I will look into it because I believe the tax on the pensions had already been removed. But I'll look into the pensions. We got a pension bonus in November. We got a VAT-free day on December 7th or 22nd. And there are so many other benefits, Madam President. Construction, zero rated on construction. Public servants got their bonus during Christmas time, and so on. And that was not just flashing mirrors. That was a promise even before elections. So, you know, curiously, I always thought, what if? Would civil servants still have gotten their bonus if the 16-1, the 16-1 did not occur? But they got it. And so there are so many other benefits that the people of St. Lucia have received that we really see a compassionate government. Yes. We're really recognizing a caring government. We're seeing support to small organizations, to charitable organizations, to sporting personnel. There's the league, the football league, and all of these other benefits. So, in as much as we want to lament of how things were, we're now seeing how things are right now. And that is relief to the people of St. Lucia. So I thank senators in here for the support to the Income Tax Act. And Madam President, I beg that it be read a second time. Thank you.
Senators, the question is that the Income Tax Amendment Bill be read second time. I now put the question. As many as have that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as have a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Income Tax Act, Cap 15.02, and for related matters.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 3.
Amendment of Section 38.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 4.
Amendment of Section 44.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 5.
Amendment of Section 48.
Clause 5 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 6.
Amendment of Section 49.
Clause 6 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 7.
Amendment of Section 50.
Clause 7 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 8.
Amendment of Section 52.
Clause 8 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 9.
Amendment of Section 54.
Clause 9 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 10.
Amendment of Section 56.
Clause 10 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 11.
Amendment of Section 57.
Clause 11 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 12.
Substitution of Section 59.
Clause 12 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 13.
Amendment of Section 63.
Clause 13 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Senators, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as have a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senators, I beg to report that the Income Tax Amendment Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Senators, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Income Tax Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
And be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Income Tax Amendment Act 2026.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Regulated Substance Cannabis.
Regulated Substance Cannabis.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that this bill be presented for second reading at the next or subsequent sitting of the House.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Drugs, Prevention of Misuse, Cannabis Amnesty.
Drugs, Prevention of Misuse, Cannabis Amnesty.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that this bill be presented for second reading at the next or subsequent sitting of the House.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Amendment.
Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move for the suspension of Standing Order number 49-2 to enable this bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Senators, the question is that Standing Order 49-2 be suspended in order to allow the Leader of Government Business to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed, Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I wish to present a simple yet profound amendment to the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 8.01.
Did you read about the second reading before you read the explanation?
Madam President, I beg to move for the suspension. Sorry. Madam President, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment. Thank you. Madam President, this amendment is simple yet very profound, and it aligns with the government's philosophy of, again, putting people first. This time, putting police officers first. Madam President, this bill seeks to amend the Section 28 of the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act to allow for the waiver of driver's licenses to police officers who are drivers of the motor vehicles operated by the Royal St. Lucia Police Force. So police officers who are drivers would not have to pay for their driver's licenses. That is in keeping, Madam President, with one of the clauses in the latest collective agreement with the Police Welfare Association and the government of St. Lucia. And having come to that agreement, the government of St. Lucia had to come for that amendment, given the fact that licenses are legislated, or the payment of fees associated with driver's licenses are legislated. Madam President, this demonstrates the compassion of this government, again, providing relief to these officers so that they would not have to use their own funds to pay for the licenses in order for them to drive government vehicles. Madam President, that legislation or that amendment also cleans up a little another aspect, because under the amendment of Section 28, it adds among the persons who are exempted the holder is a police officer employed with the Royal St. Lucia Police Force and is the driver of a motor vehicle used by the Royal St. Lucia Police Force. But it also deletes a section of the main legislation, and it substitutes it by adding the procedure for returning nationals who are out of St. Lucia for a period of time and would request an exemption of their license fees for the period for which they are out. I remember while I was in the Ministry of Transport, there are many nationals who returned and said that they've been out of St. Lucia for a period of time, and yet still they had to come and pay their driver's licenses when they wanted to drive here. And one of the issues we had was getting the evidence to show that they were not in St. Lucia for that period of time. So one piece of evidence that is used is the passport, which would show whether they have been on the island or not. Now, sometimes they come to, they would say, well, I came to the island, I came back to St. Lucia, but I did not drive. There is no evidence that if you are back in St. Lucia, you did not drive. So it would have to show that there was no stamp that signified that they were on the island. So a lot of students have benefited from these exemptions or these waivers. Some students who have gone out for 5 years straight, when they return, they would not have to pay. Some people who have been out of St. Lucia for in excess of 10 years, 20 years or whatever, as long as they can submit their passport, which says that the passport of the holder showing proof that the holder was not admitted to St. Lucia during the period for which an exemption is being requested. And in the case of Section 8D, which relates to medical illness, a letter from a registered medical practitioner certifying the period and nature of the illness. And in the case of the police officer, evidence that the police officer is employed within the Royal St. Lucia Police Force and is a driver of a motor vehicle that is used by the Royal St. Lucia Police Force. So, Madam President, is another initiative that seeks to streamline and correct some issues in the case of the collective agreement with the Police Welfare Association to really give effect to the agreement that has been made with the government of St. Lucia, and to also allow for persons who are incapacitated for a period of time or out of St. Lucia to return and to be able to benefit from a driver's license without having to pay the fees. Thank you, Madam. So I present this amendment to Senate and ask for your support. Thank you.
Senators, the question is that the Motor Vehicles and Traffic Amendment Bill be read a second time. Senator Descartes.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, I would like to register my support for the intent of this piece of legislation in terms of the amendment to allow for police officers to their licenses, that they waive the fee, I think, associated with their licenses. I hold, this is my personal view, that a government, given the critical nature and the risky nature of what police officers do, I don't believe that any police officer should be taking public transportation, Madam President. Because you could have a scenario where you arrest someone or you're in an altercation with someone, and then you have to be going home and walking, and you may just find yourself in a situation where your life is at risk. And I remember that during the COVID pandemic, we, as part of the menu of support we had instituted, was duty waivers on first responders or frontline workers, of which police were part of that. And I think that is my personal view. I know there are financial and fiscal implications, but again, the narrowing on police in particular, what about firemen who drive? They do. Those are the ambulance services and that sort of thing. So the issue of the retroactive, I was overseas for a bit and I didn't use my license, and when I came to renew my license, they said that I had to pay for 6 years of and I think that was in the spirit of taxation. I didn't use this service, and I had to pay. And it's not just me. I've met persons who stopped me and said, hey, I was not using, I'm not ill, I didn't travel, I just decided that perhaps my vehicle is down. And a lot of us have issues where we get transmission issues and these vehicles are down for a while, and they spend 5-6 years not using the vehicle, and when they get things, they came back, and the gentleman told me he had to pay 8 years back. And I think it's unfair, because I don't think it's a case where there are a lot of persons that are in that particular situation, at least those. And so I think there should be some sort of workaround to ensure that these persons, when they are in these certain circumstances, that the government makes an allocation for them, Madam President. So I want to support the bill, but to say that I think nurses and fire personnel and ambulance drivers should also be considered. Thank you very much, Madam President, and I yield.
Senator Poyot.
Yes, Madam President, I rise in support of the amendment to the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act. And I do so, Madam President, knowing very well that one of the major sections in this amendment deals with the police officers and their driver's license. And as indicated by the leader of government business, that actually arose from collective agreement between the government of St. Lucia and the St. Lucia Police Welfare Association. And government was involved in negotiations with the public sector unions and the National Workers Union that represent non-established daily wage workers. And it took about 20 months to conclude negotiations. However, we see that as a policy where the formula used to arrive at that is what we call the bottom-up. Government could have come in and just put out the legislation and provide police officers with exemption for those driving government vehicles. However, the government allowed it to go through the negotiation process. So police officers saw the need and they had to put an argument as to why to the government negotiating team, which is an independent body that negotiated with all these unions and arrived at the point where they felt that police officers who are driving government vehicles should receive their driver's license payment as exemption. Madam President, this is another indication of a government that is caring and concerned about the welfare of its workers and its people. And in the collective agreement, there are so many other benefits that are accrued to officers, especially police. And people believe when government talk about national security, it's only about giving them vehicles. Vehicle is just one component. You have the bulletproof vest, but all the other allowances government give to police officers. Now I heard the member on the other side said, well, they shouldn't ride on the vehicle going home or whatever because of the nature of the work that they do. But this government has bent over to ensure that they provide the officers with the level of support. And the collective agreement is clear. It's clear it was a tough negotiation, but the Prime Minister and national security falls directly under him, so you know he would have that soft heart to ensure that he takes care. And I am very pleased that the police commissioner is already reporting successes in reduction in crime. In spite of what people say, there is a reduction, the statistics are clear, in a reduction in crime. Because what happened is that this government has reinstituted what we call a training vault for police officers. So the police officers, mostly all of them have received training. They have recruited so many new officers, so there is a larger police force, which means government has broadened the salary base of public officers. And when we talk about tax and we talk about collecting tax, this is an area that is of great necessity and government has paid serious attention. So we have a lot of new officers and we are seeing a lot of women going into the police force now. So we are saying that this government is making the effort to ensure that the people in St. Lucia are safe, they receive the care, and the officers who are taking care of them are also well taken care of. And as was asked earlier, the fire service has always made an argument for special license. They were asking for a special, not the regular license where they exempt payment, but a special license for officers that are driving specialized vehicle, like the ambulance and the fire truck. It's not anybody that can drive that. The fire drone at the airport, you need specialized training, and therefore they felt that they should have a license separate, that you need to go through the training, know how to operate these vehicles, and then you get your license specifically for driving these vehicles. Madam President, I just want to utter a word of caution, because the public outcry out there is the use of government vehicles. And if police officers will get exemption for their driver's license and driving government vehicles, it means they have special expertise in driving. So people expect less accident on the part of the police because people are complaining they've seen all the new vehicles, some of them are knocked. Because when the Prime Minister handed over, he said, take care of the vehicles, you are the ones, it's like your vehicle, and take very good care. So we are hoping that these incentives will further encourage police officers to take their work very seriously and continue to provide safe and secure places and services to the people of St. Lucia. But it would be interesting for members on the other side and this side to find time to go through that collective agreement that government signed for police. And it is amazing the level of support that government give to our police. And when you look at the collective agreement for nurses, and if you look at the collective agreement for teachers, and if you look at the collective agreement for civil servants, and the borderline correctional officers and fire officers, each department of government, they have separate collective agreements and conditions that are specific to them. And you would notice that the contribution from the government has been very generous, very encouraging. And the Prime Minister made the remark that the negotiations for once in the history of St. Lucia went smooth because there was dialogue, there was communication, there was understanding between the government and the workers in this country. And with that, Madam President, I do give my support to this amendment, and the other section is one that is also very relevant, but there is also a little piece, maybe later the government will look at it. There are people who live in this country for years and they have a driver's license, but they have never driven a vehicle and they still have to pay their license. And there was a lady, I recall, in the Babono constituency. She has a child who is disabled. She had to give up her work and to stay home and take care of the child. She had a husband. The husband was the driver. The husband fell sick and eventually he passed. And she was depending on the husband to move her around and so on. But she told me, well, her driver's license, she had never driven for a long time and now she has to get it renewed. I had to step in to help her to renew the driver's license. So now she can drive the vehicle the husband left and take the child around and help herself. So there might be other areas where the government will still want to make special concession for those type of situations to help the people. But Madam President, I welcome this amendment, and it's an indication that the government is putting its people first. The government develop policies after broad consultation with the people before it enacts and make amendments to laws. So with that, Madam President, I give my full support.
Leader of Government Business. Give me no time.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you to...
The only way you will speak is if the Leader of Government Business yields, but she had on her light before you.
His light was not on.
No, I'm saying the only way you'll be allowed to speak is if the Leader of Government Business yields, because she had on her mic before you.
Yeah, which I would not yield at this time. Madam President, I wish to thank senators for their contribution to the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act. It's a simple amendment to this act. I want to thank especially Senator Honorable Dr. Virginia Poyot, who was involved directly in the negotiations with the Police Welfare Association. And we could see that the agreement with the association is coming to fruition with the amendment to this legislation. Madam President, I just want to thank also Senator Descartes for supporting the bill, and also to just reiterate that evidence is necessary in order for one to be able to process such exemptions. Being in the Ministry of Transport, people come with all kinds of cries. And until they provide evidence, you're seeing that some of the things that they were saying is to the contrary. So if one is in St. Lucia, even though they do not drive a vehicle, there is absolutely no way for the licensing authority to know that they didn't drive. So for example, one may say, my car has been down for 5 years, but there are other avenues for them to drive. Their brother vehicle, their sister vehicle, a rented vehicle, you know. So as long as they're on the island, it is presumed that they can drive, they are capable of driving, and they may have driven. So that is the challenge in the absence of evidence. And when you look at the sources of evidence, the only one that can be valid is for one to show that there is a passport that has not been stamped to denote entry into the country at that time. So, Madam President, I present this amendment to the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act for approval by the Senate. Thank you.
Senators, the question is that the Motor Vehicles and Traffic Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Cap 8.01, and for related matters.
Clause 2.
Amendment of Section 28.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Senators, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion, say aye.
Aye.
As many as of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senators, I beg to report that the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Senators, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Motor Vehicles and Traffic Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Act 2026.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that the Senate stand adjourned sine die.
Before I move the question, I just want to say thank you to the officers and thank you, senators, for your participation. It's been a long day, and to wish you a safe evening, and of course those from the media as well. Thank you. Senators, the question is that the Senate do stand adjourned sine die. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting adjourned.
All rise.
Although we are moving on, Senators, I want to commend Leader of Government Business for your use of the technology in your presentation. I think it was very refreshing, very informative, and thank you so much for it. Thank you, Senators. Do have a wonderful evening.
On to the conclusion of today's Senate hearing. It's been a long day. We had a morning session that saw the debate and the passage of two motions relating to the payment or the alteration of VAT to the business places. Basically, the two motions, the government waived the payment of interest for business places on VAT, as well as the penalty for non-payment of VAT. The government side argued that this was an attempt to give the businesses some breathing space in their finances and to allow them to put their house in order. The House broke after the debate on those two motions, and it reconvened at approximately 2:15. By then, the Public Procurement Amendment was the first bill that was down for discussion. This bill, the Public Procurement Amendment, dealt specifically with giving authority to statutory bodies, to give them the independence to procure their own goods, their own services, and their own contracts. That brought a lot of discussion from both sides. The other bill that was discussed was the Income Tax Amendment, and that bill basically seeks to increase the threshold of deductibles by which the citizens could claim on their income tax. And we saw several categories. If you had an elderly parent, if you have children at university, certain the threshold for some of those claims were increased throughout. And in fact, I think the overall cap was $40,000 that citizens are able, through this income tax amendment, to claim up to $40,000 in deductibles. The final bill which was passed was the Motor Vehicles and Traffic Amendment. What this bill does is that it would allow a waiver on payment of licenses for some categories of people. Basically, the police. We learned in the discussion that this was part of the agreement that the government signed with the Police Welfare Association. The second category the second group, which would be exempted from paying licenses, would be visiting nationals coming back to nationals returning to the island. They would be exempted from paying the licenses. And the third group of people who would be exempted was, people who haven't driven in a while because of due to some sicknesses, and of course the government would need proof that this was the case. That would have to be declared, of course, as was announced in the House by a registered physician. So overall, this is a summary of what transpired today in the Senate. It was a long day. We do invite you to stay with the National Television Network throughout the week, where we will be broadcasting the full day's discussion and debate of the Senate. So on behalf of all of us here at the Government Information Service, on behalf of my colleague Michael Gaspar, my name is Virgilionti. See you next time.